Pascal. You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high. This morning, so ready, forget about it, goodbye. Hold up, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up. Weekdays, catch us live, somebody. Let's go.
Good morning. Good afternoon and good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Pascal Show. Hope you guys are all doing well out there. Hope this show finds you in great spirits, because another day above the dirt is always a blessing. Let's not forget that. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. We got a lot going on. There's a lot of conversations and some other breaking news that's been going on. That's why I'm a little late on what's going on or coming on to the show. I had planned to be on a lot earlier, but some ish just kind of got revealed, and this is not good, y'all. We're getting lied to. Surprise, surprise. You know what I mean? No, we are being lied to. Period. We're getting lied to. Sorry to say it like that. I know there's some people that are, very pro this situation, very pro this war. And there's a lot of us, a good majority of us, that are not cool with this war at all. And it's a war. But we're not being told the truth, y'all. They are continuing to lie. And it's not good. On two different situations, by the way, which is very interesting, which we are going to get into right about now. So please do me a favor, okay? While we start to get into this conversation, doing all this stuff, all right? Getting this conversation on and popping, baby. Okay, please do me a solid. Hit that like button down below, please and thank you. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on other platforms. If you are watching on these other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch, Kick, make sure you hit that follow button. Follow. Subscribe here on my YouTube channel, please and thank you. Hit that notification bell, set it to all so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because honestly, it is random, okay? Or whenever there's breaking news, all right? Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Support the channel if you can. That'll be greatly appreciated as well. Check out my Patreon if you want to support even further. Check out PascalMerch.com. We got some really great stuff over there. PascalMerch.com. Go check it out. All right, guys. Well, let us get into this conversation. All right. Now, here's the thing. I decided to keep the breaking news ticker down below to let you guys see the number below. Okay. It is saying that there are about 150 U.S. troops that have been wounded in the war. Now, here's some very interesting information. According to CBS, they are saying that there are multiple service members that have been hurt very badly, severely. They're saying that, at first we heard about 6 service members at first. That when the first drone strikes we heard about happened, 6 service members lost their lives. Then, of course, we had a 7th one that lost their life due to their injuries as well. Okay. But now they're saying that there are many, okay? Many, okay? Many. They're saying, oh, no, we're doing just fine. This is the perfect war. Our military is unpenetrable. Yet I agree. I think that we have one of the best, if not the best military in the freaking world. I agree with that. That part I agree with. But that still doesn't mean that these people are immortal. Still doesn't mean that these individuals that they send out overseas to fight for whatever cause, whether it's a personal cause for Trump or it's for a global cause, doesn't matter. People still lose their lives. There's still casualties. So instead of them actually being upfront and honest about what's going on and showing how much of a mother-loving mess this is, they lie. They lie to us. They tell us one thing, but really something else is going on overseas. Oh, I want to say something real quick. I'm a genius, okay? I know. Stop. So here's the thing. You remember when I talked to you about Landstuhl? Sie bleiben zu Hause? 9. Du trinkst beer out in Germany. That was German. That was really crappy German. But you get what I'm saying, okay? The situation that was going on in Landstuhl's Regional Medical Hospital. Remember that? Remember that? Remember that? Remember I said, wait a second. Why are they shutting down? Why are they shutting down the delivery and the labor departments of their hospital if there really isn't anything super bad going on? Because they are the number one spot that troops would be sent to, American troops and other allied troops would be sent to, soldiers sent to, if ish hits the fan or if they get hurt. Well, there's some more information in here we're going to learn here real quick. And Landstuhl's Medical Hospital has been mentioned in this as well. So, y'all, all of us that have been side-eyeing this stuff and finding out information on the side and going, wait a second, they shut off this, that, and the third. This doesn't make any sense. Why would they shut that off if everything's pristine and perfect and we've only lost now 7 service members? It should be Gucci, right? Because we're the perfect soldiers. We're the perfect military. We are impenetrable. There's no way that we could screw this up because that's how perfect we are, right? No, we are still human. And those human lives, some human lives, American human lives, have been sacrificed for this war. The war that they say is not a war, but it is a war. Ain't that weird? The anti-war war. Yeah, it's crazy. But I digress. Let's get into this article, right? We're going straight into this. Okay. Oh, by the way, let me just say this before we go into this article. We still also have some Epstein updates. I know some of y'all don't care about that, but you should. All right. We should be pressing hard on Epstein files because a lot of people feel like this Operation Epic Fury is really Operation Epstein Fury, right? A lot of people are feeling like this is all just a big ass distraction from actually hearing the truth about what's going on. And there's so much going on with the Epstein files. So we are going to be talking about that in just a little bit. Okay? Just so you know. All right? But let's get into this article because they're lying to us. They're lying to us. I repeat, they're lying to us. So dozens of U.S. service members in Kuwait suffered serious injuries, including burns, brain trauma, and shrapnel wounds. This is what sources are saying. So an Iranian drone attack in Kuwait that killed 6 U.S. service members in the early hours of the war with Iran was more severe than has been previously revealed. Remember, they said, oh, nothing, everything's cool. Everything's Gucci. We doing just fine. We cannot be stopped. Remember? Pete Hegseth has been saying that in a multitude of press conferences, saying, you know, they're effing around and they're finding out. Now, let me just say this simply, Guffey. As much as you say it's not a credible source because this is basically Trump's hands all the way up their booty hole and moving their mouth like a puppet. Well, here's the thing. If they are, the reason why I look at this even harder is because they are Trump's puppet, but they are putting out this information saying that Trump and Trump administration has been lying to us and has not been completely honest with us about what's really going on overseas. So as much as one will say it's not a credible source because of the ties with Trump, they're the ones who are breaking the story right now as we speak. You see what I'm saying? So to me, if it was Fox News or the likes of CBS doing this information, I'm going, oh, I'm listening. Because, you know, they're all about pro-Trump all day long. Am I right or am I right? You know for a fact that this was CNN, and I was reading this on CNN. Most of y'all will be like, oh, CNN, they're fake news. But I'm reading this from CBS. Trump's puppet. And they're even saying they're lying. Big deal. Think about that for a second. Think about that before you rebuttal. Think about it. This is supposed to be his ally, right? His mouthpiece, his platform now. And they're even saying that these guys were lying, are lying to us. So let's continue. Let me repeat this again. That they said that the war with Iran, okay, they said that they suffered more. What they suffered in Iran is more severe than what was previously revealed, with dozens suffering injuries, including brain trauma, shrapnel wounds, and burns, multiple sources told CBS News. At least one required the amputation of a freaking limb. Sources described a grim and chaotic scene in the aftermath of the strike on a tactical operations center in Shuwaba. I'm sorry if I'm destroying that, okay? Port outside of Kuwait City on March 1st. Smoke quickly filled the building, making it difficult to rescue those inside. More than 30 military members remained in hospitals Tuesday night with battle injuries from the Kuwait attack. One at Brooke Army Medical Center in San Antonio, 12 at Walter Reed Medical Center in suburban Washington, D.C., and about 25 at Landstuhl Regional Medical Center in Germany, sources said. Now, here's the thing. Like I just said a second ago, right in the beginning of the show, I said, hey, for those of y'all who have been wondering, hey, what's up with all this that's going on? Okay. You know, what's up with all this that's going on right now? That's interesting, don't you think? We talked about why did they shut down the labor and delivery sections of their hospital? It's because they started getting a wave of soldiers that were severely injured during a drone strike right in the very beginning of this war. Let's be real. Let's be real. This is very, very shocking. So a lot of us that have been side-eyeing this whole situation, we are right. So of those, about 20 arrived on the C-17 military transport aircraft at Landstuhl on Tuesday with injuries that the military designated as urgent and requiring evacuation, including traumatic brain injuries, memory loss, and concussions, 3 of the sources said. More than 100 medical personnel were sent to Landstuhl to assist, one of the sources said. So there was a wave, like we all been suspecting. Something really bad happened. A lot of people got hurt. Iran definitely stuck it to them. Okay? American military felt something for sure, at least in the beginning of this war. Okay? And now they are trying to backtrack it and trying to make it seem like it's nothing, that they've only lost 7 service members, and that's it. That's a lie. That's a lie. Okay? Defense Department officials initially didn't specify how many had been hurt in the Kuwait attack, but said on March 1st that 5 were seriously wounded and several others sustained minor shrapnel injuries and concussions. 2 of the service members were missing after the attack and were later found under the rubble, sources said. The Pentagon has a process to notify wounded soldiers' family members and seeks to shield them from learning from the press about how extensive those injuries were. The military defines a serious injury as one that requires medical attention, and competent medical authority declares that death is possible but not likely to occur within 72 hours. So, in other words, those that required medical attention and competent medical authority declares that death is possible but not likely to occur within the next 72 hours. I mean, like, you're just moving around the goalposts as best as you can to be like, well, technically they're not in such bad shape, But if they die in 72 hours, okay, then if they're going to die within 72 hours, then that's some serious stuff. Then we can add that, we can tally that up. Speaking at the Pentagon last week, Defense Secretary Hegseth described the strike, saying, "You have air defenses and a lot's coming in, and you hit most of it. Every once in a while, you might have one. Unfortunately, we call it a squirter. That makes its way through. And in that particular case, it happened to hit a tactical operations center that was fortified. But these are powerful weapons." At least one American was killed in a separate strike in Saudi Arabia on March 1st. It's unclear how many others have been injured in that attack. Now, here's the thing. Remember when we talked about a airline or a fighter jet that went down in Saudi Arabia? Remember that? And we saw a pilot in a, like he ejected from his jet that went down, right? Remember how the Pentagon was lying? Well, not lying, but we don't know yet, at least. I'm side-eyeing it, but they said that information wasn't true. Yet there was footage of a pilot ejecting from a falling plane. And then afterwards, they said they didn't know where that pilot was, and they were trying to find that pilot. Y'all remember that? They deny that to be true. But now when you hear stories of information like, oh yeah, the injuries are much more severe and the fatalities could be bigger, higher than what they're giving right now or what they gave before. Doesn't that make you think about what happened and wonder how much of that is true and how much of... Doesn't that make you wonder if that actual fighter pilot is alive or if that person was actually taken as a POW? Remember the claim from Ali Larijani? Remember when he said that there were multiple soldiers that were taken in as POWs, prisoners of war, and then quickly the Pentagon came back and said that was a lie as well? Remember all that crap? Remember all that? Now, when you hear stories like this, information like this, from the likes of CBS, no less, it does make you wonder. Are they telling us anything that is true? Now I'm starting to believe what we're hearing from our other elected officials, from other congressmen, from other senators, right? That are sitting there saying, like, they have no idea what they're doing. They're completely lost. They're flying blind. They're shooting from the hip. In fact, they're throwing darts in the dark and just hoping that it lands on the dartboard. They have no idea what they're doing, right? I'm kind of now starting to believe. Well, I've been believing them for now. Since the beginning. But now I'm starting to believe it even more. That now we are walking into a pointless war. Or we have walked into and started a pointless war. What for? What reason? Why? Why did we start this ish in the first place? Or actually not us. Why did Trump start this ish in the first place? Because I know for a fact there's a lot of people, unless you're absolutely out your damn mind, like Lindsey Graham, okay, who is just horny for war, okay? A lot of us are not asking for this. Yeah, they claim nukes. They claim that. That's what they're saying now. That's what they're saying now. But then there's also the things that they're saying too, like you have to go through pain, go through some pain for some serious gain or something crazy like that. Now you got talking points that are just coming out like they're just saying it by rote now. Okay, all these robots on these news channels, all saying the same crap over and over and over again. I'm gonna show you guys in just a little bit. It's ridiculous. Okay. But nonetheless, you have people who are seriously injured, that were seriously injured in that particular drone strike. And they try to make it seem like nothing actually, it was just a little scratch. Oh, few people lost their lives. No big deal. No, it's a big freaking deal. It's a big deal. So on Tuesday, the 11th day of the war, okay, because now we're in the 12th. Remember, 12-day war several months ago. Remember 12-day war? We're going to surpass that. We're going to surpass that by many, many days. How about that? All right. But on the 11th day of the war, Pentagon spokesperson Parnell said about 140 service members had been injured so far. We've heard 150, okay, without specifying where or when they were actually wounded. The vast majority of these injuries have been minor, and 108 service members have already returned to duty. 8 service members remain listed as severely injured and are receiving the highest level of medical care. So we could hear some more fatalities over the next couple days, unless that is not true. Okay? So the military has robust air defenses, shielding all U.S. personnel in range of Iranian attacks. Pentagon spokespeople did not immediately respond to questions on Tuesday about service members' injuries or where they were sustained. Now, the thing is, like I said, you can sit here all day long and go, but, this is all for the good. Well, it would be different if we knew exactly what was going on, what the purpose of this war really is, and if they were completely transparent. Well, you could basically make a transparent awning, okay? The theme on top of all what I'm saying. If they just were transparent about everything that's going on, rather than lying to the American people again about things that they don't need to be lying to us about. Let's be real. They don't. They really, really don't.
The US releasing new video of strikes on Iranian naval ships, saying it's destroyed 16 mine-laying vessels near the critical Strait of Hormuz. This as several cargo ships in the strait hit by unknown projectiles, according to the British Maritime Authority, some reportedly setting fires on board. All amid growing concerns over the region's oil supply and reports Iran's planning to use mines to further disrupt the flow of oil. President Trump warning the military consequences of mining the strait would be at a level never seen before. The new attacks coming on what the US promised would be the most intense day of the war so far.
The most fighters, the most bombers, the most strikes.
A new wave of US and Israeli strikes on Iran, sending the death toll soaring to more than 1,200. More scenes of destruction across the country. This roadside strike in Tehran reportedly killing at least 6. This morning, thousands filling the streets of Tehran for the funerals of several top Iranian commanders killed in the first wave of the war. Concerns growing over the war's second major front, as Israel intensifies its attacks on Iranian-backed Hezbollah in Lebanon. Overnight, launching over a dozen strikes, including the capital. Our Matt Rivers is there.
A precision strike right in the residential heart of Beirut, wounding at least 4 people. You can see the damage down here on the street below as the Israeli military ramps up attacks, not only here in Beirut, but across the country.
This as the toll on American service personnel becomes clearer. The Pentagon revealing that at least 140 U.S. service members have been injured so far, 8 of them severely wounded. ABC News also learning new details about that Iranian strike that killed 6 U.S. troops in Kuwait. Soldiers there had taken shelter in a bunker as air defense systems intercepted a wave of Iranian drones. But moments after the all-clear was given to return to their work building, a drone slamming into the structure. One of the survivors now speaking out for the first time.
Now, we are going to be looking at his full, he has an interview, one of the guys who actually was hit, survived one of these strikes that actually happened. We are going to be hearing a little bit of that interview here in just a second. But again, guys, they're not telling us all. Okay. they're not telling us the entire truth. They're not telling us all of it, which is a massive, massive, massive problem. All right. 1 second. Let's pull up that interview.
Tonight, for the first time, we're hearing from a Minnesota survivor of a drone attack that killed 6 U.S. service members, including Master Sergeant Nicole Amour of White Bear Lake.
The March 1st Iranian drone strike targeted a tactical operations center in a civilian port in Kuwait. Richard Reeve spoke with Sergeant First Class Corey Hicks from his hospital bed at Walter Reed National Military Medical Center. Rich?
Yeah, Kevin. Sergeant Hicks, a U.S. Army reservist from Princeton, is a member of the 103rd Sustainment Command. That's the same unit that Nicole Amour served with. He says during that drone strike, he was at his workstation just a few feet away from her. Hicks says in a matter of moments, their operations center turned into a place of smoke and fire and chaos. Sergeant First Class Corey Hicks says he's glad to be alive. How are you doing right now?
Last night I was in the SICU at Walter Reed, and today I'm at the general care floor. So I'm making strides.
Healing slowly, Hicks says, after a deadly March 1st drone attack at his military operations center in Kuwait, a shipping container-style building.
I seen the nose of that drone pop through, and as soon as it did, I knew what it was. It was either a missile or a drone. So I turned to my right, and that's when it blew up and just blew the whole building apart.
The explosion left Hicks, 37 years old, with multiple internal injuries, shrapnel damage, and facial fractures. The blast killed 6 of his fellow soldiers, including Master Sergeant Nicole Amour from White Bear Lake.
She was literally 5 feet from me when that happened. I think when I looked over my left shoulder, the drone impacted basically right above her.
For Hicks and his wife Shannon, also a reservist, Amour's death is devastating.
But now knowing that she's gone and her kids are without their mom, her husband's without her partner, it hits closer to home.
A loss that has made the Hicks grateful for what they have.
What would you like to tell folks in Minnesota?
I just want everybody to know to don't take anything for granted. Life is precious. Life is short.
Now, Hicks says he expects to remain in the hospital for at least 3 more weeks. He remembers Amour as an optimistic person, full of life, who would go the extra mile for others in her unit. Meanwhile, today, the Pentagon announced a 7th service member has died from his wounds.
Okay, we already know about that. Again, guys, like I said, it's this is all scary stuff, but I gotta share this. Anybody remember this crap? Hold on. What? Let's try that again.
I think very much is in not going to war with Iran.
They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars.
A war with Iran would make the war in Iraq look like a cakewalk.
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective.
I've been a recovering neocon for 6 years now. Like the foolishness with which we ricocheted around the world, intervening, think it was in our best interest, when really we just overturned the table and created something worse.
You're not going to have a war with me, and you're not going to have a third world war with me. That I can tell you.
A vote.
Let that soak in for a second. Sorry. I mean, shoot, I don't need to be sorry. This came out of his mouth. And all the people that supported him. These came out of his mouth. Those words came out of his mouth. He said he was President Peace. Period.
Vote for Donald Trump is a vote for a man who wants to end wars, not start them.
I was the first president in decades who started no new wars. We don't need the wars. Foreign lands, countries you've never heard of, countries that don't even want us there.
President Trump, as he says all the time, and as a lot of people recognize, is a president of peace. We want to have good relationships with everybody.
I am the candidate of peace.
Okay. This is like a hypercut, okay? A compilation video of all kinds of things that he has said. And of course, other people who have been supportive, saying he is the president of peace. He will not start any wars. He won't start no ish. Okay. And now what did he do? What did he do? What did he do? So much that you even have the likes of Joe Rogan. Okay. Now you got the likes of Joe Rogan, which is interesting. It's interesting because it feels like anything he says, it's scripture when it shouldn't be, to be honest. But, even with him saying certain things, I think that's just very, very fascinating, y'all. Even Joe Rogan saying, let's look at this. Joe Rogan on the president of war, or on the president of war. Yeah, you see what I did there? That was an accident. But the president of peace, okay, President Trump on the Iran war, he says it seems so insane based on what he ran on. This is why a lot of people feel betrayed. He ran on no more wars and these stupid, senseless wars. And then we have one that we can't even really clearly define why he did it or why we did it. And I agree with what he's saying here too. Take a listen. Joe Rogan.
It just seems so insane based on what he ran on. I mean, this is why a lot of people feel betrayed, right? He ran on no more wars and these stupid, senseless wars, and then we have one that we can't even really clearly define why we did it.
Yeah, let's be real. One thing is for sure. He said, oh, yeah, well, in about 2 weeks' time, he was about to attack. Iran was about to attack. That's what was going on. That's the reason why we did what we did. Give it 2 more weeks, we would have been completely annihilated, right? The Iranian people would have done very bad things, right? Give it 2 weeks, it would have been a bad thing. Right? There would have been attacks on American soil. And what's interesting is let's be real. And let's be completely real. We can't go off on, because I know a lot of people want to go off on the likes of Joe Rogan and all of these broadcaster guys, you know what I mean? All these all the guys that are part of his clan, you know what I mean? The comedians that now all have podcasts and whatnot, right? That have been, endorsed by Joe Rogan. Okay. They all endorsed Trump too. They brought him onto their platforms. They got to chuckle with them. They got to slap, Trump on his shoulder and have a grand old time, right? Here's the thing. We can't really just drag them through the mud, right? Because then we could say the same thing about those that were promoting Biden. I don't think Biden was any better either. I'm going to be real. I thought he was terrible. That's just my opinion. Okay. But I don't think he was really great at all. I mean, we're not where we are right now. You see what I'm saying? We're not where we are right now with a war across overseas. Biden had nothing to do with that. He done, right? He's sitting somewhere eating ice cream, Come on. Chocolate cookies. He's off in another world, right? His dementia is probably taking a good hard hold on him right now. So I could say that. Didn't like how he ran things. I will say that. But he didn't lead us to war. That's one thing that's for sure. But people still endorsed Biden like crazy. And he wasn't that great. Do we throw those people under the bus for supporting a leader or supporting someone who wanted to run for president? We get these things wrong sometimes, guys. We do. But I will say this too. We all had the choice to endorse or put people's faces on specific platforms. We did. Rogan and the likes of other platforms had an opportunity and they took it. It's their choice to do that. But at the same time, it's like, well, I'll be honest. If I had an opportunity to have Trump on my platform when he was running, I would have taken it. It's a huge opportunity, right? But I'm not going to be one that's going to be like endorsing, oh, he's so great. He's like, well, he's just one of the guys. Like, I'm not doing that. I'm asking him all kinds of hard questions. I'm side-eyeing everything he says because, that's just how I feel about what I would do in my conversation with Trump if I was to have one with Trump, right? But that's just me, right? But again, a lot of people have used this opportunity to just be like, a lot of podcasters of the likes of like Aiden Ross to Joe Rogan, they use the opportunity to just be like, oh, he's so human. He's just like one of us kind of thing. When in actuality, the more and more we're seeing that he's not like one of us and more like he's off on his own agenda. That's what I'm seeing. I see that this war that's going on over in Iran is only to benefit him and his family. I don't see this benefiting us, not right now at least. I don't see at the back end us getting any further. A lot of people are saying that if this becomes successful, then, the world will be at peace and we will have nothing but an abundance of triumphs and we'll be literally swimming in gold, right? I don't believe that. And I don't see that happening during Trump's lifetime. Let's just say that. I just don't see that. He made a situation even worse. Does anyone else not see that? He took out the supreme leader, and now they took the supreme leader's son and named him the new supreme leader. So in other words, trauma has been passed on to the new generation, of a supreme leader. And now that guy has not only that trauma and whatever anger he has that was bestowed upon by his father, he now has the extra trauma of losing people that he loves on top of it. And it was all done by America. So again, are we sure we're going to walk out of this completely triumphant? We're going to walk out of this situation with world peace? I don't see it. I really don't. Not trying to be disrespectful. I know there's a lot of people that are still very hardcore, like, it's just getting bad right now. It has to get bad before it gets better. It's going to get worse before it gets better. Well, did we have to go here? Remember, Trump did say we were the hottest country. Gas was lowest than it's ever been before. He was saying all these things, right? The economy is booming. We're doing great. The tariffs are doing great, right? So much that he wanted to give us $2,000 each to show off how good things were going in the country, which that was never true, right? But nonetheless, if everything was going so good and everything was just running just beautifully, why ignite war overseas? Mr. President, peace ignites war overseas. Mr. I stopped 8 wars starts war overseas. Why? ¿Por qué? Why did he do that? I think a lot of us would like to know what the hell is going on. Now, here's the other thing, too. I did talk about this in a short yesterday, okay? Like I said, make sure you are checking my shorts, okay? Because there's a lot of information that's going on that sometimes when we get done with these big epic shows, I don't get a chance to really show, get back on. And, man, I'm tired after 3-4 hours of being on camera, being on like that. trying to be sharp as a tack. Sometimes I'm not sharp at all. Like this morning, I am struggling, but sometimes I have to just throw up a quick short and let you guys know what's going on in whatever case we are covering at that moment. All right. So make sure you're doing that. But I talked about this in a short, and I said that Iran, okay, first off, Trump went live in his first media presser in a while, talking specifically about what's going on in Iran. He did it specifically so that he could literally calm the world market, which he did, but it was all big old bull-faced lie. All right. But he said while he was in that, he said, hey, by the way, guys, let me let you know, you're worried about the Strait of Hormuz and not being able to have tankers go through the Strait of Hormuz. He said, don't worry about that. I'm going to have tankers or warships escorting these tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. So everything is going to be fine. They will make sure and protect these boats. Well, here's the thing. Iran said, oh, you got another thing coming. We're going to do this, though. Okay? What we're going to do is we are going to put mines in the Strait of Hormuz. So if you sail right through it and you get hit, so be it. Remember that? And I said, that's not going to make things any better. That's not going to make things any easier. So now the U.S. knows about what's going on. And so this is what happened. Let's take a look.
Trey Yanks, too, is live in Tel Aviv with the very latest on the war with Iran. Hi, Trey.
Todd, Carly, good morning. Iran has indicated they are laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Reports indicate, though, there are less than 10 of these sea mines placed already. U.S. Central Command taking offensive action against this threat to global shipping lanes, saying that they struck at least 16 mine-laying vessels belonging to the Iranian regime. As this continues, it's a major threat to the global shipping lanes, understanding that 20% of the world's oil passes through this area. President Trump taking to Truth Social, saying in a statement, quote, if for any reason mines were placed and they are not removed forthwith, the military consequences to Iran will be at a level never seen before. If, on the other hand, they remove what may have been placed, it will be a giant step in the right direction. Amid concerns in the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman, there are ongoing efforts to weaken the Iranian regime as they launch new ballistic missile fire at Israel and Gulf countries. You can see earlier today some of this missile fire being intercepted overhead. Sirens were sounding at least 4 times throughout the night amid incoming Iranian attacks. The U.S. and Israel are striking back, a significant amount of destruction being caused to the Iranian regime. You can see here some video from the Iranian Red Crescent Society on Tuesday in the aftermath of those strikes that are taking place not just around the capital of Tehran, but also across western Iran. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu weighing in on the ongoing operation, saying this.
We are in a campaign against a cruel enemy that wants to destroy us. We crushed their nuclear and ballistic capabilities in Operation Rising Lion. Afterwards, instead of learning the lesson, they tried to redevelop them and bury them deep underground in such a way that we could no longer target them.
As the Israelis are looking east, they're also looking north to the Iran-backed Lebanese militant group Hezbollah, launching new strikes on the Dakhla neighborhood of southern Beirut, also striking a number of launching positions belonging to the terror organization. A top spokesperson for the Israeli military weighed in on those operations against Iran's largest proxy.
In recent days, we have identified that Hezbollah is trying to increase the firing towards northern communities and expand the range of fire to additional areas in the country. Hezbollah is taking heavy blows. We are deepening the damage to its capabilities with each passing day and increasing the pressure on it.
Officials here believe that the war between Israel and Hezbollah could even last longer than the war between Israel and Iran. Preparations are being made, and Israeli media reports that the Golani Brigade of Israel that was currently operating inside Gaza will be moved to the northern border in preparation for more offensive action. Guys?
Wow, very interesting there. And Trey, Iran is said to be increasing their use of these cluster munitions. And these are warheads that burst open in high altitude and then they scatter dozens of smaller bomblets across a wide area. How much of a challenge will this be for Israel's air defenses moving forward?
It's a great question, and we've seen these munitions used here on the ground. We were at a site earlier this week where one of those cluster munitions slammed into an apartment building in the heart of Tel Aviv. In that particular incident, there was a single Iranian ballistic missile that exploded above the skies of Tel Aviv, but 12 different impact sites. They can have dozens of these munitions on the top of a ballistic missile, and it can cause significant injury or death to the people below. We know that yesterday, 2 people were killed in Israel during one of those attacks, and we do expect the Iranians to continue with these types of attacks, understanding that they are limited in their ability to strike Israel and Gulf countries as the Israelis and Americans go after these launching positions. Todd, Carly?
Yeah, and these types of weapons are also banned under international law. But again, who expects Iran to follow international law? Trey Yanks live for us. Trey, thank you. With that, let us bring in former NSC Chief of Staff under President Trump, Alex Gray. Alex, let's go back to the mines for a second. We've degraded Iran's Navy. Now it appears like we are well on our way to degrading their mine-laying capability. So what else can Iran do to block the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, they're running out of options. I mean, the reality is the U.S. Navy has trained for decades to be able to keep the strait open. The Iranians have some asymmetrical capabilities, so think additional proxy and terrorist group options. But we're really starting to show. I think when you saw yesterday the U.S. Navy successfully leading tankers through the straits, I think you're starting to see the U.S. is really showing that we have naval mastery in the most critical choke point in the region. And the Iranians are increasingly, they certainly have some asymmetric options, as I said, but we're increasingly showing that they're going to have a limited ability going forward to use what they've long said was kind of their ace in the hole.
So Iran is said to have already begun laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Is there a way that the United States can find where those mines are to ensure tankers and vessels safe passage through the strait?
We do have some pretty sophisticated counter mine capabilities that are resident with the U.S. Navy. This is some of the most dangerous naval operations in naval warfare, but we have this capability. The U.S. has been training to do this for a long time. This is something, if you remember, in the 1980s, this is something that became an issue in the Iran-Iraq war when there were significant mine issues going on in that part of the world that international maritime traffic had to traverse. There is a lot of capacity for us to be able to deal with this. And I think President Trump is showing in those strikes that your reporter just talked about, the president's showing he is not going to tolerate the Iranians holding international maritime traffic hostage as part of this cat and mouse game they're playing.
Big picture here. Iran apparently has a new leader, but we have not seen him. Obviously, he is in hiding because the moment he gets seen, he will get killed. But how effectively can Iran's new leader lead the country, lead the military troops in an operation like this if he's never seen?
Yeah, the short answer is I don't think that there's going to be much effectiveness there. And we may need to start thinking about whatever the current post-Khamenei, the elder regime is, as something that's more temporary. Because I think what the president has made very clear is that he is looking for someone, even as we're degrading their operational capabilities in mines and drones and missiles, he's looking for an Iranian leader who understands that the chessboard has changed, and an Iranian leader who understands that the time of trying to pull us back and play whack-a-mole in the Middle East is over under President Trump's watch. And I think whoever that leader is, whether it's Khamenei the Younger or someone else, they're going to have a quick choice to make in the next couple of days about whether they're willing to kind of take the losses, move on, or if they're going to keep trying to play this game. I think if that's the approach they want to take, they have chosen the wrong American administration.
Okay, and Alex, finally, forecasting things that could come. The New York Post has a headline, Why the Iran War May Come Down to Control of One Tiny Island. They go on to say an island 1/3 the size of Manhattan controls virtually all Iranian crude oil exports. And experts say its fate could be essential to President Trump's endgame with Tehran. They're talking about Karg Island, which handles roughly 90% of Iran's crude oil exports. And taking it out means that it would cut the military budget significantly. It would also really plug up basic services that keep Iran society functioning. But doing so and controlling that island apparently comes with significant military challenges. So what happens here?
Yeah, look, Karg Island is something that the U.S. military, as with the Straits, we've been aware for a long time that that's a key choke point for the Iranians, both economically and militarily. The U.S. military, as well as our Israeli counterparts, know very well what those capabilities are that need to be brought to bear to neutralize that. And I think President Trump, one of the things that he's looking at right now, most likely, is he's got a series of options up and down the range of escalation. And I think what they're likely thinking, Carly, is what are the Iranians willing to do to de-escalate this and to give the United States the strategic wins that we have to have, or things like Karg Island are very much going to be on the table.
An ever-changing situation in Iran. Alex Gray, as always, thank you for your amazing insight.
Yeah. Mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Good, bad, a good move. Will this cause more chaos? Well, apparently, this has not made people of Iran very happy. So here it is. Iran is threatening to not allow ships through the Strait of Hormuz, and also is saying they will force oil to go all the way up to $200 per barrel. It says right here, not a single liter of oil will pass through the Strait of Hormuz for the benefit of the U.S., Israel, or their partners. Let's take a look at this. This is a translation, so I'm going to blow this up so you guys can read down below. Let's rock and roll.
البته پرقدرت تکرار می‌کنیم. هرگز اجازه نمی‌دهیم حتی 1 لیتر نفت به نفع آمریکا و صهیونیست‌ها و شرکای آنها از تنگه هرمز عبور کند و هر شناوری که
Okay, first off, we're screwed. Mr. President Peace, I got a question for you. Okay? You said something that you shouldn't have said. Now something's in my eye. Damn. You said something you shouldn't have said, man. You said something you shouldn't have said, cabrón. You shouldn't have said it, man. Now they know. Now they're mad. Now they pissed off, cabrón. Cállate. President Peace, have mercy. Now they know. Because they also been dropping, like, America's been dropping bombs on it, okay, on all their ships that are laying mines in throughout the Strait of Hormuz, okay? So again, let me just say this, okay? This is making the situation even worse. By him sitting there going, we're gonna escort all the tanks through the Strait of Hormuz. We will have everything back up in operation again. It'll be fine. What he said, when he said that, what do you think is going to happen? What do you think the reaction was going to be? They're like, oh, okay, so you moved a chess piece, so we're going to move a chess piece even bigger. Even more. So here we go. Mr. President Peace is like, oh, it's going to be over in a couple days. We're pretty much soon partially about to kind of, sort of, maybe quite possibly, if you squint your eye and lean to the right a little bit, it may be over, the war. And you got dust like blasting in the left eye, just like this. Squint with one and then close the other one, kind of, but then get dust in your face. Then you can see the end of the war like this, okay? That's what you see. No, we're screwed. Because here's the thing. Now it's going to be a freaking war about the Strait of Hormuz. You realize that, right? Now it's just going to be full on a battle about the Strait of Hormuz. Now the focus is changed, okay? Just a little bit. It's shifted because you know for a fact America's already planning, allegedly, okay? Allegedly they're planning on doing some sort of covert operation to get all of the uranium out of Iran. We already discussed that yesterday. We discussed that yesterday in our epic show. We discussed that. And I was sitting there going like, oh, so you think that's going to make everything okay? You really think that's going to bring peace? That you really think that's going to cause you guys to like get on the same page? Okay, let's make a deal. No, it's going to make things worse. It's going to make things much, much worse. To the point where you're going to have, because remember, let's be real. We already know this. We already know this. Okay. We have the most powerful military in the world. That is facts. I believe that. Okay. Maybe maybe I'm a little biased because, you know, I happen to be American. Okay. And I'm on this side of the soil. I'm not on that side. Okay. But I do believe that we have the most powerful military in the world. I do agree with that. But I'm not sitting here saying like, we don't, like, no other country can't give us a run for our money. Okay. But I do think we have the most powerful, especially if we're going after the likes of someone like Iran or, you know, a country like Iran. But my concern is that things escalate to the point where more civilians lose their lives. Not just schools, not just the schools that have been hit, which about 6 schools have been hit, by the way. Okay. Allegedly. All right. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about civilians that are just going out to go to work or getting food to go back to their homes, to tend to their children, so on and so forth. I'm talking about civilian lives. Iranian civilian lives are literally at the helm of chaos, the helm of death, if this continues to go the way it's going, because it will go and it will spread beyond just the Strait of Hormuz. It will spread beyond just these bases that America and Israel believe are stationed in areas throughout the country. It'll literally spread out beyond that, guys. And more death will be coming. That is not a good thing. That is not. This is why I'm seeing this and I'm going, damn it. We are screwed. And I'm not saying we as America, I'm saying we as a world are screwed. Because if this continues, you got to remember 20 to 30% of the oil, of the world's oil, gets transported through the Strait of Hormuz. You realize that, right? 20 to 30% of the world's oil is transported through the Strait of Hormuz. So if you shut that down, everybody got a problem. I already been told you guys this. I've been told you guys this information. That if the Strait of Hormuz gets shut down entirely, this is all on Trump. In fact, AKA, this is all on America. You don't think that the world is they're not going to look, the likes of Russia and China, say allies of Iran, they're not going to look at Trump only. They're going to look at America as the bad guy. It's our fault, not the other way around. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if they don't nip this in the bud real soon, this is only going to get worse. Sure, they can keep bombing ships that are going over there, dropping mines in the Strait of Hormuz, but this is only going to ruffle the feathers of Iran, and things could only escalate from here. You see what I'm saying? Here's the other thing, too. If there's constant issues going on through the Strait of Hormuz, eventually Iran's going to be reaching out to their allies, being like, yo, man, help us or we squeeze you off, too. Escorting tankers, okay? Escorting tankers through the Strait of Hormuz is not going to remedy the problem. Clearly, it's not. It's not. So what are they going to do? What is America going to do from here? But let's hear the rest of it. He's saying not one drop of oil. It will be allowed through the Strait of Hormuz by any U.S. or ally entity.
شناور و یا محموله نفتی آن برای آمریکا و رژیم صهیونیستی و شرکای متخاصم آنها باشد، هدف مشروع ما خواهد بود. راهبرد پنهان شدن شما پشت کشورهای همسایه ایران اسلامی و مسلمان منطقه غرب آسیا و بلکه جهان منقضی شده است. ترفند پنهان شدن ارتش بزدل شما در اماکن عمومی و زیرساختهای کشورهای منطقه نمیتواند ارتش شما را از باتلاقی که در آن گرفتار شده اید نجات دهد و مراکز حیاتی و پایگاه‌هایتان یکی پس از دیگری در آتشی که شعله‌ور کردید می‌سوزد و دوباره خواهد سوخت. خون رهبر شهیدمان و قائد عظیم الشأن امت اسلامی را خط بطلانی بر هر گونه انفعال می‌دانیم. سیاست ضربه متقابل از سوی ما پایان یافته و سیاست ضربه پشت ضربه را تا تنبیه و پشیمانی کامل شما پیش رو داریم. یک بار هم که شده صادق باشید، قهرمان نمایی نکنید و به شکست خود در طول تاریخ آمریکا و از زمان بسته شدن نطفه نحس رژیم صهیونیستی اعتراف کنید و به زبان غلط کردن خود را تلفظ کنید. بارها به حضور ناوهایتان در آبهای منطقه اشاره کردید. یک بار هم که کمی جلو آمدید با قدرت موشکی ایران عقب نشینی کردید. از روز اول تجاوز شما انتظار آنها را میکشیم تا به شما ثابت کنیم که ارتش بزدل شما کوچکتر از آن است که روی آن حساب میکنید. شما باید بدانید که نخواهید توانست قیمت نفت و انرژی را با تنفس مصنوعی پایین بیاورید که با گسترش جنگ در منطقه اعلام کردیم منتظر بشکه‌ای $200 باشید. چون قیمت نفت تابع امنیت در منطقه است که منشأ ناامنی شما هستید.
Wow. So again, he's saying you are screwed. America, you're screwed. Don't even try it. You're trying to be slick. I see you trying to be slick. It's not going to happen. In fact, we're going to make this situation even worse for you, to the point where things will skyrocket to $200 a barrel. We're not going to make it easy for you. You really think we're going to make it easy for you? You got another thing coming, baby. You got another mother-loving thing coming. Here's another thing that happened over the last hour or so. Breaking. Iran has just struck oil storage tanks near the Omani port of Salalah. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Salalah. All right. Total approximate fuel storage in Salalah port area. 1.3 million to 1.6 million barrels of petroleum products. Very rough estimate depending on tank utilization. Take a look at this. Man, oh man. And that's about 2 hours ago, guys. This is about 2 hours ago that this happened. Again, like I said, remember I did that poll and I was like, what do you think? Do you think that Iran is going to go and do something as crazy as destroy their own? Say that they go and to just destroy their own oil just to say F you to America and the world, basically? And I think a lot of you guys voted yes that they would. Majority of you guys said yes they would. Maybe they're going to start doing that here soon. Because you got somebody who's saying, hey, we're about to make it go up $200 a barrel. Doesn't matter if Trump is sitting here trying to talk it out and trying to quell the upheaval that's going on throughout the world right now and the world market and whatnot. That particular leader is sitting there going, nah. We ain't doing a damn thing except raising the prices. We're going to make this a very hard time for you guys. And that is absolutely insane, if you ask me. Let us continue, though. It just doesn't stop. This crap just does not stop. $200 a barrel. And he is swearing by that, which is crazy and scary if you really think about it. Now, here's something else. Remember I said that this is going to be a family affair and Trump's trying to make this be something that is all about for family? Well, here's something else. The son-in-law intelligence briefing. Donald Trump has revealed that his primary source on Iranian intentions was Jared Kushner, his son-in-law. Yeah, Not the CIA, not the NSA, not the director of national intelligence, his son-in-law. So he says, based on what Jared told me, and no, he ain't talking about the jeweler, not the jewelry store. Okay. No, I thought Iran would attack us. Based on what Jared told me, I thought Iran would attack us. What? Normal presidents have national security councils, intelligence briefings, career analysts who spend their lives tracking at adversary capabilities. Trump just has his family. This is how nuclear-armed superpowers decided to go to war. The world economy now runs on Kushner's gut freaking feeling. Take a listen. This is from the press briefing that we saw.
The situation.
And it's crazy because it kind of flew under my radar too, that I didn't even hear this.
The situation was very quickly approaching the point of no return, and the United States found it intolerable, in my opinion, based on what Steve and Jared and Pete and others were telling me, Marco, so involved, that I thought that they were going to attack us. I thought they would, if we didn't do this at the time we did it, I think they had in mind to attack us. And
so what does Jared have anything to do with this? Because last I checked, Jared's gone. He ain't a part of this crap no more, right? He's not a part of this crap anymore. He's not part of this administration anymore. So why is he even in the group chat to begin with? Why is he even having a conversation about any of this stuff that's going on? Highly confidential information is being shared with the likes of Jared Kushner. Now, I know, let me just be real. I know that he has something to do with everything that's going on in Gaza, right? The deal that they tried to make in Gaza, that's obviously gone, belly up at this point, right? But he had something to do with that for sure. I'm telling you right now, unless I'm told otherwise, trust Jared Kushner had something to do with that deal, that peace in the Middle East moment, right? That was a big deal, remember? First time in 2,000 years, peace in the Middle East. Remember all that crap? Not so much anymore. But yeah, Jared Kushner's there for money. Damn right, Shannon, on Facebook. This is specifically why he is there, to see if he can scoop up a fat bag. And at the end of the day, this is also something that's going to help Trump too. Because you know for a fact they're sharing this stuff. It's not like it's him walking away with all this money. Just Kushner. They're all getting fat off this. They're all getting fed. They're all getting rich off this crap. What is this war for? Why won't they tell us what this war is freaking for? They say, oh, we're about to get attacked. Where's the proof of that? Just a conversation, just one conversation, and that's it? Where's the proof of that? No disrespect. Just I'm asking questions that I think a lot of us would like to know, right? But, Israel's still hard at hitting Iran harder than ever before.
Talk more about Operation Epic Fury, of course, Operation Roaring Lion, if you're over in Israel. This is actually a post from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office that says, people of Iran, we are waging a historic war for liberty. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you to remove the Ayatollah regime and gain your freedom. Together with the United States, we are hitting the tyrants of Tehran harder than ever. Again, that is a post from the Prime Minister's office. I want to pop this up on your screen. This is over Beirut in Lebanon as Israel does continue to conduct those operations, not just over in Tehran against the IRGC and the current regime, but also against Hezbollah, the terror group there in Beirut. Smoke rising as that operation continues as well. Right now, I do want to bring in the Israeli government spokesperson, Shosh Bedrosian, to talk a little bit more about the situation on the ground. And Shosh, as always, thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thanks for having me, Josh.
And first off, I just wanted you to kind of go over the operation as a whole. We know that it started, of course, 12 days ago at this point, the current operation. So where do things stand in Tehran as well as in Beirut?
Sure. So it's been 12 days, like you said, since Operation Roaring Lion was launched. And we have seen incredible success and our achievements. A lot of them met so far. We are hitting Tehran. We are hitting the Islamic Republic of Iran harder than ever before. That's because we have the help from our incredible ally, the United States of America, and their security forces. But what's going on right now is we are targeting command centers in the heart of Tehran. And the Islamic Republic of Iran is also hiding their weapons amongst civilian infrastructure. We're also seeing this exact pattern in Hezbollah in the heart of Beirut. We're seeing strategic weapons of this terror proxy of Iran hiding their weapons amongst the civilian population. Some might say like father, like son, because Iran, the regime there, is the head of the snake. And one of the proxies they fund to annihilate the state of Israel is Hezbollah. We have Hamas, and we also have the Houthis. So we are continuing to batter the regime. They have been frazzled, they have been scrambled, and we can clearly see that as there are cracks in the regime already.
Going into that a little bit deeper, I've asked you this question several times in the past, but for folks who have not necessarily gathered all of the details, explain Hezbollah and Iran, their connection there as a proxy group.
Sure. So we have the head of the snake, which is the Islamic Republic of Iran. And instead of putting the billions of dollars that they have towards their own people, they've decided to oppress them. They've taken all of that money, the billions of dollars, and they've put it towards their terror proxies. Hezbollah is their number one proxy and their largest one. It's funded, it's trained, it's propped up financially by the Islamic Republic of Iran. We also have Hamas in the south in Gaza and the Houthis in Yemen. Why are there so many terror proxies that surround the state of Israel, you might ask? Well, it's no coincidence. It's Iran's way of suffocating and smothering the state of Israel so that we are surrounded by terror on all sides with one goal: to annihilate us, to annihilate our people and the only Jewish state on the planet. And we need to take out the head of the snake. That's exactly what Operation Roaring Lion is working on right now. And we've seen
It's crazy. You're right, Shannon. She does kind of she's giving me Caroline vibes. She give me Caroline. She gave me Caroline Levitt vibes just a little bit. Does she give you that vibe too?
Enormous accomplishments so far to take out this immediate threat that the Islamic regime, the Ayatollah regime poses, which is their nuclear capabilities, in addition to their ballistic missile capabilities that they continue to fire at us on a daily, frequent basis, multiple times a day at this point in this operation. And we need to take that out in order for the Iranian people to take matters into their own hands, like the statement you just read from the Prime Minister himself.
And we've also talked a lot, you and I, about the situation that Iran and Hezbollah, all those groups, pose to Israelis, the folks there in Israel. But I wanted to get your take on what kind of danger, what kind of issues there that this actually poses, Iran, to America, to Americans here in the U.S.
Sure, Josh. Well, that's an incredibly important question. What Americans need to understand is that the Iranian regime hasn't just threatened Israel. It has a long history of actually targeting Americans directly. Now, this goes all the way back to the Iran hostage crisis. After that first supreme leader, Khomeini, he came to power. Terrorists took over the U.S. embassy in Tehran, and they held about 52 Americans hostage for 444 days. Americans were the first hostages of the Ayatollah regime. Israelis were the last ones on October 7th. Now, since then, Iran and the terror groups it funds, its proxies, they've repeatedly killed Americans. In just 1983, an Iran-backed Hezbollah truck bombing bombed the U.S. Marine barracks in Beirut. They killed more than 240 American service members. That was one of the deadliest terror attacks against Americans before 9/11. And moving over to just more recently now, Josh, Iran's terror proxies, they've killed hundreds of U.S. troops in Iraq using IEDs, and Iranian-backed terrorist organizations that have killed American civilians in places across the region here. Like I mentioned before, October 7th, Hamas, their other proxy, which is funded and supported by Iran, they've killed dozens of Americans. They've kidnapped others during this massacre in Israel. So when people ask what the threat is to Americans, the answer is very, very simple, Josh. The Iranian regime has been targeting Americans for decades. It's the same ideology that's been calling for the destruction of the state of Israel and the United States. Remember, they call us the little Satan. America is the big Satan. Now, that is a threat. It's not a theory. Americans have already paid a very, very heavy price for the Iranian regime.
Interesting. Interesting. She giving me Caroline vibes for sure. She's definitely giving me Caroline vibes for sure. Trump just did just kind of like a quick conversation outside the White House before he was taking off. I think he's going to Ohio or something like that, but here soon, or he's on his way there now as we speak. And apparently, in the next couple of days, he's supposed to be in meeting with the leaders of China as well in the next couple of days. He said that in the press conference. I don't know if he's actually flying out to China, which would be a gamble. I don't know how they do that, flying across the sea, especially with everything that's going on in Iran and all that. You know what I mean? But let's hear what you got to say here. Hold on.
Day 11, and as you know, we're doing something that nobody ever thought was possible to do. Our military is the best. It's the most powerful in the world, and they're hitting them very hard. This is 47 years of abuse and killing lots of people, killing and maiming lots of people. What is it, Peter?
What more do you need to do militarily for this operation to end?
More of the same, and we'll see how that all comes out. Right now, they've lost their Navy, they've lost their Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft apparatus at all, they have no radar, their leaders are gone, and we could do a lot worse to one another. We're leaving certain things that if we take them out, or we could take them out by this afternoon, in fact, within an hour, they literally would never be able to build that country back.
A new report says that the military investigation has found that the United States struck the school in Iran. As Commander-in-Chief, do you take responsibility for that?
That is what?
As Commander-in-Chief, do you...
For what?
For the strike on the school in Iran. A new report says the military investigation has found it was the United States that struck the school.
I don't know about it.
Are you talking to the CEOs of various oil companies, encouraging them to use the Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah, I think they should. I think they should use it. In my opinion, look, we took out just about all of their mine ships in one night. We're up to boat number 60. I didn't realize they had that big a Navy. I would say it was big and ineffective. But every one of their ships, just about all of their Navy is gone at the bottom of the sea.
Mr. President, how do you respond? Mr. President, have they laid any mines in the Strait of Hormuz?
We don't think so.
Is Senator Thune listening to you when you say you want to pass the Save America Act? He says there aren't the votes to do it right now. What's your response?
Well, he's got to be a leader. You know, he's a leader. He's got to get him. It's the most popular bill I've ever seen put before Congress. And it's voter ID and it's voter. You have to be able to be a citizen to vote. It's called citizenship. And we're also adding in no men playing in women's sports, no transgender mutilization of our children, and no mail-in ballots, fake mail-in ballots. We have none of that, except in the case of the military, etc. It is the Save America Act. It's the most popular bill I think I've ever put before Congress.
Can you declare victory in this war if the supreme leader remains the Ayatollah's son?
I don't want to comment on that. I don't want to comment. But I will tell you, I just spoke with various countries, the leaders of various countries. You'll have a list. And they said they've never seen anything like it. We have, and I built it during my first term, and I used it. I didn't realize I was going to use it this much, but We have the greatest military in the world by far. Nobody close.
About a domestic terrorist by Iran, sir? We're not invited to the Shield of the Americas. Mexico, Brazil, and Colombia were not invited to the Shield of the Americas. Why was that? And could they come in the future to the event?
I think they were invited. Maybe they didn't come. I think they were. I get along very well with all of them.
In Iraqi parliament, students, members slogan, date to America, date to Israel. What is your response to them? What is your message for Iraqi government?
What did he say?
In Iraqi parliament, slogan, date of America, date of Israel. Member of the parliament.
Death to America, death to Israel. What's your response?
That's not a nice question.
Mr. President, did Spain give in after you told them that you would commerce ties with them? Are they cooperating with the United States?
Who?
Spain.
No, they're not. I think they're not cooperating at all. Spain, I think they've been very bad. Very bad. Not good at all. We may cut off trade with Spain.
Crazy. So Spain ain't wanting to have any part of this. Remember, we heard from Lindsey Graham just the other day. He was sitting there basically saying, like, we're just going to cut off all. We're done with you, Spain. We're going to take all of our boats, our planes, all of our bases, all that. We're just going to move out of Spain, right? F you, Spain, that kind of thing, right? And then, of course, he was talking about asking South Carolina families to let their sons and daughters go overseas to fight this war, right? He said all of that in the same breath as him talking about Spain. Yeah, Spain does not want any part of this. So now he's sitting there going like, oh, I'm just going to make it really tough for them, you know, tariffs, etc. We're just not going to be doing any business with them, right? Crazy.
You would guys all trade with them?
I don't know what Spain's doing. They've been very bad to NATO. They get protected. They don't want to pay their fair share. And they've been that way for many years, actually. Let me give you the good news. The people of Spain are fantastic. The leadership, like you. The leadership, not so good.
So that was good news.
Making dangers for the Lebanese, especially the Lebanese Christians. What is your message for Lebanon?
Well, we're working on it very hard. We love Lebanon. We love the people of Lebanon. And we're working very hard. We got to get rid of the Hezbollah. Has been a disaster for many years.
The new oil refinery going up in Brownsville, Texas. What do you want Americans to know about that?
About what?
About the new oil refinery going up in Brownsville.
Oh, it'll be great. It's going to be the greatest anywhere in the world. There's never been anything like it. It's great that it's going up in Texas. You know, it's very hard to get refineries done. This will be like nothing else ever built. It's a great thing. Thank you for that question. Well, look, we've knocked out their Navy. We've knocked out their Air Force. We've knocked out all of their anti-defense. We've taken out 60 mine boats, 59 mine boats, which nobody has ever seen anything like it. We have the greatest military in the world by far, not even close. But you know what? They've inflicted 47 years worth of damage to the world, and now they're paying a big price.
Mr. President, are you willing to withdraw the U.S. from Iran, even if they have not turned over and allowed the U.S. to seize their remaining?
I'm not going to answer that, but we have hit them harder than virtually any country in history has been hit, and we're not finished yet.
Arizona, why did the FBI seize records there?
Come on.
I need to clean out.
Can't hear any of that. Okay, that's unfortunate. Hold on. I'm going to see if I can find another angle. Hold on. Let's see if I can find another angle. We need that. Okay, I'm going to try this one real quick, guys. Please do me a favor, guys. While we're here, while we're at it, please do me a favor. Hit that like button down below, okay? Crush it. If we can get it to 1K, that would be awesome. All right. It helps the show. It helps the get the information out there. So please, if you can, that'd be great.
Go
ahead.
Disaster for many years.
Withdraw the U.S. from Iran, even if they have not turned over and allowed the U.S. to seize their remaining.
I'm not going to answer that. But we have hit them harder than virtually any country in history has been hit, and we're not finished yet.
Arizona, why did the FBI seize records there?
Oh, come on. Same. Okay, so it's the same crap. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Okay. It's the same crap, y'all. That sucks because I was hoping that we'd have. Let me see. Hold on. Yes, all the same. And then it's hard to hear anything he's saying after that. Okay, so we tried. We definitely tried. Here, let's take a look at this.
The latest now on Operation Epic Fury. The U.S. State Department saying that tens of thousands of Americans have now safely returned from the Middle East. Take a look right there at your screen as Dylan Johnson, the Assistant Secretary of State for Global Affairs, posting the latest update here on X. Johnson saying, quote, over 43,000 Americans have safely returned to the United States from the Middle East since February 28th. The State Department has directly assisted nearly 30,000 Americans through our 24/7 task force. Tommy Pigott, the spokesperson for the U.S. State Department, joined me yesterday to discuss what's being done.
The State Department's highest priority is the safety and security of the American people. We are working 24/7 to live up to that commitment. Our commitment has been to bring home every single American who wants to come home from the Middle East. And right now we see that capacity. We see more seats on charter flights available than demand for them. We have that 24/7 task force that's been activated. We have hundreds of personnel fielding those calls and then proactively reaching out to the American people with options for U.S. arranged departure options for those charter flights, for charter buses, but also for commercial options where available. And we're seeing some Americans who have reached out for help actually decline U.S. arranged departure options for those commercial options as we've seen availability.
And I want to pop this number on your screen once again, because if you do need any help, you're in the Middle East, the State Department does say they have that 24/7 helpline. It's 202-501-4444. That is 202-501-4444. Or you can go to that website there at the bottom of your screen. It is step.state.gov.
We got some breaking news here, guys, that I want to share with y'all. So I talked to you guys about this earlier. I said earlier in the show that I was going to discuss this, and now it's getting even more confirmed. People are talking about this even more, and this is some serious stuff. All right, now remember what happened? The very beginning of the war, when this whole thing started, there was an elementary school full of girls that were killed, hit by a missile. Right? We now understand that it was a Tomahawk missile. But here's the thing. Trump was going out of his way, basically saying he was putting blame on other countries. He was putting blame on Iran. Now, don't get me wrong. If Iran actually did it, it'd be a different story. I'd be like, damn them for doing that. That's jacked up. That's messed up to their own people. How dare they, right? I'd be pissed off. It would burn my cookies just like as much as anybody else, right? It is wrong. It's messed up. But here's the thing. It's very reckless when you have the likes of Trump going on to a press conference or a gaggle on an Air Force One and basically saying out loud, hey, no, it wasn't us. It was Iran. They're bad people. Iran did that, so on and so forth. It's very reckless, guys. I think we could all agree on that. Absolutely reckless of a leader to say something that is clearly not true. Now, people have been doing their due diligence. There have been investigations into what actually happened. We find out that it was an actual tomahawk that was used in the striking of this Iranian all-girls elementary school, okay? Full on. And now we're finding out even more. Because again, Iran allegedly doesn't have tomahawks. They don't. And guess what? U.S. is to blame for the strike on the Iranian school full of girls, killing over 175 individuals, y'all. And of course, Pentagon report finds after, Trump accused Iran. He literally said without even blinking, without even thinking twice, oh, it was Iran. He said, based on my knowledge, it was Iran. Huh? Based on your knowledge. Then he went into another interview or a press conference. He was asked a question by media. What did he do? He walked it back. He goes, well, I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about those things. Then why did you say initially that it was Iran, in your opinion, if you didn't even know the facts? So let's take a look at this. So a preliminary military investigation has determined that the U.S. was responsible for a missile strike on an Iranian elementary school that killed 175 people, including most of them being children. By the way, if this is entirely true, which of course it is, this is a war crime, guys. Dag nabbit. Donald Trump had previously blamed the Iranian regime for bombing a school filled with young girls on February 28th during the first day of Operation Epic Fury. The ongoing investigation determined that U.S. forces made the mistake while launching strikes on a nearby Iranian military base, which the school building was once a part of. This is obviously massive, massive. This is huge, guys. Okay? This is absolutely huge. Officers at CENTCOM, okay, decided to strike the school using outdated data provided by the Defense Intelligence Agency. So they got it wrong, guys. They got the information wrong, period. Okay? They got the information wrong. That is a massive problem. The deadly operation at this particular elementary school, is considered one of the most devastating U.S. military eras in decades. This is a developing story. Let me just tell you guys, okay? This is the school after the bombing. 175 individuals, including a multitude of young girls, the future of the Iranian people, gone. And instead of Trump actually taking the right road, which would be, we are investigating it, we are looking into it, because maybe he didn't have all the information at that moment, he decides to turn around and say, no, it was Iran. It's Iran's fault, not us. Based on my knowledge, based on what I know, it's Iran. He said it two different things. He said it two different ways. Did he not? One time he said it, based on my knowledge, based on what I know, it was Iran. Without question, it was Iran. Then another time, I don't know all these things. But basically, I'm not an expert. I don't have all the information. But if it is us, I will take it full on. I will take the responsibility and accountability for that full on. There are now reports saying that this was indeed America. America made a very, very dire mistake. Period. Okay? Period. There's no moving around this situation, y'all. But we saw the progression of lies that were given that came out of Trump's mouth. You know, here's the thing, guys. Whether you are here for this war or not, if you believe it's going to bring world peace and all that to it, this is not how it's going to get done. You know, even Scarface, Al Pacino, Scarface, you know, he said no women, no children. Even the most diabolical of diabolicals, Scarface, okay? Everybody loved the bad guy, right? No women, no children, okay? You know, even he said no women, no children. And what happened? Bombs hit an elementary school. It could be a miscalculation. It could be a mistake through intelligence, but it still happened. And instead of taking full accountability, what did they do? They pushed blame. They pushed blame on somebody else. Oh, he was brandishing a gun. That's why he was neutralized in the middle of the streets of Minneapolis when he was actually holding a phone. They're all domestic terrorists. Yet they're not. What I'm starting to learn very quickly within this administration, they're willing to move the goalpost as much as they can so that they look like they're righteous at all times. And then they'll throw in scripture. They will throw scripture in your face and say, this is the Lord's work. This is all coming from the anointed. This is all coming from a blessing from God. They will move every single post that they can to look like they are holier than thou, only to find out that they're just straight up doing one of the biggest lies, one of the main things you shouldn't be doing, which is lying. It's a big lie. It's a big sin. You shouldn't be lying. Ain't that so crazy and hypocritical? Like, that's the one thing I hate. One thing I hate more than anything in the world. You start throwing out scripture. You start trying to be saying that, oh, we're all taking this righteous path. But then as soon as the doors close, you're talking behind that person's back. Or you're going out of your way like this administration that we're seeing right now, and they're lying straight to your face. They're lying straight to the American people, to the point where there are people that hold on to every single syllable that comes out of that man's mouth. And as soon as he says something, it's truth. And now this stuff comes out, they're going to be naysayers. This information that comes out, these young girls that didn't have anything to do with this, had nothing to do with this. There are going to be people out there trying still to this day to try to move the goalpost to save his face, to save this administration's face. This is another lie exposed once again. How many times are we going to continue to let this stuff? How many times are we going to let this slide? Oh, there's no list. Oh, there are no files. Epstein didn't do that kind of stuff. Yes, he was a monster, but he didn't do any of that. Oh, well, see, what had happened was the security cam footage. The reason why there's a glitch in it, there's a cut-off point why it's edited is because they had old security camera footage, security cams, and what happened is right at about midnight every single night, it would stop, and then it would reboot. And so there was like a few minutes of cutoff time. But we'll give you that information. We'll give you the full video soon enough. There is no list. None of that exists. There's nothing to see in these files at all whatsoever. Alex Preddy is a domestic terrorist because he was holding a phone. No, in fact, he was holding a weapon. He was brandishing the weapon. That's why he was iced right there on those cold streets in Minneapolis. Oh no, that wasn't our tomahawk. As you know, Trump even said that. As you know, Iran has their hands on tomahawks. They have tomahawks too, which makes no sense because they would not be able to have their hands on it unless they got it illegally. But once again, we are seeing proof in the pudding. Oh, no, there hasn't been many casualties or any injuries at all. We're doing everything great. Yes, we lost 7 soldiers, but we are pristine. We are the best military in the world. Now we're finding out multiple people, over 150 individuals have been injured, if not more than just 7 people dead. But they're not willing to give us that information at all as well. You see the constant repetitiveness that we've been seeing over and over and over again. And we only in the second year, right? We in the second year, y'all, of this mother-loving administration, right? We in the start of the second year. And we already got ourselves knee deep in a war that we shouldn't even be a part of right now. Come on, guys. Yeah, man. Come on now. With all the other problems that we have in America right now, now we got this BS going on over there. And he's going to deploy soldiers. He is going to put boots on the ground. There will be an invasion soon enough. Because as soon as he said, we're going to take back Strait of Hormuz. Let's just say that. Because that's basically what he's doing. As soon as he said that, what do you think Iran did? How do you think Iran took it? They didn't take it very well, as you could tell. They said, hey, we will make sure that the oil goes straight up past $200 per barrel. They said, we don't give a damn. We gangsta up in this biznayi. We know what we have up our sleeves. We have leverage on the world. That's crazy. Welcome to our world, y'all. Welcome to our world. So one more time, just so you know, they lied, okay? America lied. President Trump lied. The administration's lying. Once again, they're lying. Have you not noticed that they're lying? They're lying, okay? Straight up. They're just straight up lying. Surprise, surprise. You know what I'm saying? Sean Atwood, what up, man? What up? Hello. It's Shane again. Okay. I will look into it. I promise. The scheduling has been absolutely insane. Okay. But I will email you and see what's good, Shane. Appreciate you reaching out and everything from Sean Atwood. So yes, I will be reaching out to you. I promise. If you are, yes, you are in the chat still. Yes, I'll be reaching out. Promise. Okay. Actually, hold on. Let me check something here real quick. Boom. Let me check something here real quick. Yep. Yes, I'll be in contact after the show. Okay, I'll send you an email after the show. Promise. Because I know that's been long overdue to get on Sean Atwood's show. So I'll definitely be reaching out. But again, that is some crazy stuff. All right. And it's only going to get worse. But here's the thing. We have got to take a conversation. We got to have a conversation here because there has been a few other things that have been going on when it comes to the conversation about, well, actually, hold on. Because I'm about to go into Epstein conversation just for a hot minute because there's a lot that's going on and some big stuff just happened yesterday. And there's some big stuff that's happening today right now as we speak. So I'm going to go into those in just a minute. But let me just check a few things here real quick. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Jake Lang. Oh, dumbass Jake. Yeah, I may circle into that here in just a little bit, but let me just pull this up here real quick. This is before we go into Epstein, conversation.
A methodical, deliberate campaign to destroy Iran's missile and drone arsenal, its ability to manufacture them in the future, to ever have nuclear weapons, or to threaten the Strait of Hormuz. And President Trump has been crystal clear, we will not allow a radical, revolutionary regime in Iran to threaten one of the world's most strategic and vital waterways.
That was Senator Tom Cotton with us earlier, touting the commander-in-chief on Operation Epic Fury. And this just in, President Trump telling Axios that the conflict with Iran will end soon. He adds there's, quote, practically nothing left to target of the regime. Comes as CENTCOM updated this morning that the U.S. has taken out more than 60 Iranian ships since the start of the operation. Greg Palcott is live in Istanbul, Turkey. Hi, Greg.
Network.
Hi, Dana. Yeah, that's right. It has been a very active 24 hours of punches and counterpunches in this war involving the U.S., Israel, and Iran. Tehran and its allies striking hard at the U.S. in the region. Iran-backed militias firing 6 drones at what's called a U.S. diplomatic logistical hub near the Baghdad airport in Iraq. Reports are 1 made it through, but no word of casualties. As U.S. bases in Qatar, Bahrain, the UAE, and the northeastern Kurdistan region of Iraq also targeted. And there was another drone attack by Iran on a Kurdish Iranian militia base in Iraq. Tehran wants to make certain a talked-up land incursion by these rebels doesn't have a chance of getting started. This as Israel and the U.S. continue to pound dozens of locations in Tehran and across Iran, including military and security installations, an underground missile complex, police command centers, trying to break down the security infrastructure of the country. And trying to contain the fighting, U.S.-built Patriot defense systems seen being put in place today in southeastern Turkey. This is an especially vulnerable area with a big U.S. air base nearby. Dana, Turkish President Erdogan claimed today there was still a chance diplomacy could resolve this conflict, while at the same time acknowledging the region and the global economy could be close to turmoil. Back to you.
There's so much going on. Greg, thank you.
And for more on this, we're going to bring in retired U.S. Navy.
Ain't that crazy that he's saying the Iran war will end at any time I want? So in other words, he's giving himself a little bit of leeway. So if anything goes to crap, if things go to absolute crap, he could literally go and say, hey, well, we're gonna pull out. We're done. We're done now. You see what I'm saying? Like, that just doesn't make any sense. So if anything goes to crap, he could literally have the opportunity to just dipset, chuck up the deuces and be like, okay, guys, we're going to pack up and we're going to leave if things go bad. Things have already been going bad. Some people are saying, some pundits are saying that Trump is losing this war already. I don't know about all that, but people are saying that right now because they think that that's the reason why he's saying that the Iran war will end anytime I want. Remember when the Epstein files stuff was going down? He tried everything he could to stop the Epstein files from coming out. He said it was a Democrat hoax. It was all fake news. And then when it was finally voted through multiple houses, from the House to through Congress, etc., right? As soon as they voted, yes, release the files, that's when he went on to social media and he was like, oh, yeah, you know, that's exactly what I wanted to have happen. So release the files. As you'll see, I've been wanting that to happen the entire time. Yet for months, several months for that matter, he was lying. He was saying that it was a Epstein hoax, so on and so forth. You see what I'm saying? So again, now we're seeing a situation where he's like, you know, of epic proportions, the best we've ever been. We are going to hit back harder than they have ever seen, right? We're seeing all that going on. But in actuality, I'll just pull out whenever I want. That sounded weird. There's a double meaning in that. But he said I can pull out anytime I want. I could just end it anytime I want. Why? Because maybe he's looking like, maybe he's keeping that open just in case there is failure. Operation Epic Failure. Maybe? We'll see. We will see. Shall we?
Navy SEAL Officer Mike Sorelli. Mike, good morning to you.
Bill, thank you.
So I want to pull up these pretty wild satellite images showing some of the work Israel has been doing. They took out a bunch of Iranian jets that were essentially just sitting out there. You can see the before and after, wiping out every jet that you can see in these satellite images. Mike, does it surprise you that Iran just kind of had their jets sitting out in the open like this? It doesn't seem like they got a whole lot off the ground since the start of this war.
No, it shows the paralysis of this regime in the IRGC military. But, you know, this campaign started as a classic joint sort of suppression and paralysis sequence. We're now at a phase where it is systematic attrition through kill chain operations. That's combining ISR with precision strikes, with BDA across multiple echelons in almost near real time. What it requires now is persistence and patience to continue to degrade their military, which completely destroys their ability to project power on a regional basis.
Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth says this is all being done essentially for political gain. Take a listen.
And what we have right now is a president who launched a war of choice without truly thinking it through and just threw our troops into harm's way without any way of safeguarding them. You know, if Pete Hegseth actually paid attention in officer basic course, he'd know that any operations order ends with what is the end state? There is no end state here that they've been able to articulate.
Mike, what do you think about Senator Duckworth essentially trying to lecture Pete Hegseth there?
Feckless. That's a feckless response. My only question is anything worth fighting for? The amount of blood.
Stop. Love is worth fighting for. Love. But that's interesting. He said, is there anything worth fighting for? Stop.
Of American blood on Iranian hands is massive, from Beirut to even the soldiers I fought alongside in Sadr City who were killed by Iranian, what we call EFPs. So, you know, President Trump and this administration has been very clear about the objectives. Destroy any nuclear missile capabilities, degrade their military, remove their maritime threat to the Strait of Hormuz, and eliminate as much of the regime leadership as possible. And they've accomplished that to a great degree. Again, it goes back to my point that right now we've got to support the administration as well as the military to let them continue these kill chain operations and put Iran into the dirt for good.
President Trump has shown he's not scared to use special forces if necessary. Put them on the ground in Venezuela in what was an extremely successful operation. There's been some talk he might consider using them here in Iran, perhaps for Karg Island, where they keep a lot of their oil reserves there. You've done these kind of operations before. If you're one of those special ops guys, what's it like to get the call from your higher ups knowing you're about to go on a mission like that? Talk about like the nerves, the anxiety going into it.
Well, all that exists naturally. And I think the biggest fear is of the man to your left and to your right, and that you're going to do your job to protect them. But we live for this. These are commandos. These are hunters, and they know the noble pursuit behind what we're doing. Again, we are well versed in the history of Iran and how many American service members they have killed. And so there is a sense of pride that this generation is stepping up where other generations, to include mine, failed in addressing this problem.
Oh,
so
snap.
they're on alert. And one misnomer is, you know, President Trump is not going to do a large scale operation with troops on the ground. What we're talking about is limited special operations to either secure key infrastructure or for an example, secure nuclear fissile material. It's in and get out.
All right.
But it's get in and get out, but then it's like get in and then just hang out. It's more like that. It's more get in and just chill. That's what we're seeing right now. It's not really get in and get out. I have yet to see that. I don't know about y'all, but I have yet to see that at all. Okay. Let me take a look at this.
With this government. The problem is the reasons for being disaffected go from economic to religious to political.
Than they had anticipated. You know that they're
times harder.
Making.
This is premiering right now, so let's take a look at this.
So the story, as we get started here, the White House, we just heard from Caroline Leavitt.
We do have some breaking news as well. I'm going to get into that here in just a minute, so just hold tight for a second. Let me just get some more info.
Ago, making clear the seriousness of the president's warning to Iran. They will not be permitted to block the Strait of Hormuz. Watch this.
If they do anything to stop the flow of oil or goods within the Strait of Hormuz, they will be hit by the world's most powerful military 20 times harder than they have been hit thus far.
So we're going to have more on all of that in just a moment, as CENTCOM says that the U.S. so far has hit over 5,000 Iranian targets and more than 50 ships. We know that their Navy's been pretty much decimated at this point. And the president, we know, has said that in terms of the military targets, they're really progressing much faster than they had anticipated during the planning stage of all of this. This video of America's support for Israel's defenses in the skies that you're watching play out. Watch this. It gives you a sense after that news conference that we had this morning with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and the Secretary of War of what the action actually looks like in the field. And we're going to bring in someone who knows all too well about the close-up view of this kind of kinetic activity. Retired four-star Air Force General Charles Wald. He is former deputy commander of the U.S. European Command, and he served more than 35 years in the United States military, flying combat missions over the Middle East as well. General, great to have you with us today. Thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you.
You know,
Glad to be here.
Thank you, sir. There was a story that just posted a couple of minutes ago by Barak Ravid, who has very good sources in the Middle East and at the White House. And he is reporting this afternoon that the White House is asking Israel to halt strikes on Iran's energy infrastructure. And the bullet points underneath that are that these strikes harm the Iranian public, that the president aims to cooperate with Iran's oil sector after the war, kind of like what we've seen in Venezuela, and that the strikes could trigger massive Iranian retaliatory attacks on energy infrastructure across the Gulf states. What's your reaction to that development in this part of the story and this war, sir?
Actually, I think it's wise. I think I'll just have to say, you mentioned I've been in the military a long time. This is a very, very, very impressive campaign waged by the U.S. Government and military. Fantastic. We've had one glitch with the, sounds like on a girls' school, which was really sad. But overall, this has gone very well. I think we're coming toward the end of this particular phase. You know, the Israelis had this kind of a saying they'd used to go after Hamas over the years. It's called mowing the grass. They'd go in and address the threat, and then when they were taken down to a point that was a threat again, they would stop. And then as it built up again, they would go back. I think we're going to get into that mode here. A couple things I think we ought to watch closely is once they get their ballistic missile threat to a point where it's manageable, which we're getting close to, and also to ensure the Straits of Hormuz for shipping stays open. You know, in 1985, the United States reflagged all the ships going through the Straits of Hormuz with the American flag and protected them. We could do something like that. But I think free flow of oil through the Persian Gulf, the destruction of Iran's ballistic missile capability, and having some kind of capability for a regime that, and we're not going to do regime change, but the country itself, I think, will rise up and have a regime change, and they have to have some infrastructure left at the end. So I think it's wise.
Yeah, so does this headline about the U.S. asking Israel to avoid targeting energy infrastructure in Iran, does that signal to you that the president feels that we may be getting close to the next stage of this, which would be protecting certain assets and also protecting the people of Iran to encourage exactly the next step that you just mentioned?
I absolutely believe what you just said is exactly what's happening. And it tells me that this portion of the conflict is coming to I wouldn't say an end, but winding down. Mm-hmm. I think we need to be very vigilant in the region. I think one of the things that hasn't been talked about much is the fact that the GCC countries, you know, Israel's done a fantastic job with us as a partner, but the GCC countries have stepped up now, and I think it's time for us to have a grand alliance in the region with the GCC countries, Israel, not just politically, but militarily, and I think we're going to go down that path.
You know, there was a piece this morning, I believe, in Axios, which talked about how this looks more like a world war than anything that we have experienced since World War II in terms of these large-scale alliances. You've got 20 countries that are involved in this, the Strait of Hormuz, which you mentioned. You have France and Great Britain with sort of a delayed response, but also bringing assets into the region. Here's a map of the military assets in the Middle East, U.S., and then I'm going to follow that map by countries attacked by Iran since February 28th, when all of this started. Do you agree with that statement? Are we seeing the closest thing to a world war that we have seen since World War II?
I wouldn't go that far. It is definitely a major regional conflict. You know, Russia and China are on the sidelines here, mostly, except for Russia helping with intel. And there's a lot of other countries around the world that are involved. But it's a major regional conflict, and I think it's showing that we have an opportunity for a grand alliance in the region with our Arab partners, Israel, for the Abraham Accords, and to move forward with combined and common defense.
You know, I want to play for you. Obviously, you're a person with a very long and prestigious military history, and you probably don't like hearing too much from senators on Capitol Hill. But the reason I want to play these two senators talking about this conflict is to get your reaction as someone who has been on the ground and see how these things play out. Let's watch.
We seem to be on a path toward deploying American troops on the ground in Iran to accomplish any of the potential objectives here.
I'm very worried about how long this will drag on. We are hearing no logical estimates about when it will be over.
This has been going on for 10 days, General Wald. What's your reaction?
I think I have tremendous confidence in General Kane as the chairman of JCS and Admiral Brown in the theater. I don't see this as being a giant boots on the ground invasion. I think that would be a mistake. We've talked about this over the last couple of weeks ad infinitum. You know, we did well in Iraq in the beginning. We defeated the threat. Same thing in Afghanistan. Then we went in and decided we were going to change the country to be like us. It doesn't work. And so I think we should avoid major boots on the ground. I do think there probably are what has been described as sneakers on the ground. That would be maybe CIA or other people that are in coordination with the Israelis, and potentially, I say now, maybe a one-time operation to try to recover the nuclear uranium-rich product they have in Isfahan, potentially. But I would kind of frankly advise against that. I would go back and, as I said earlier, I'd mow the grass. If they start showing threats again in the future, I'd go back after them like we have here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we spoke with the UN ambassador about that material, 900 pounds of enriched uranium at 60% levels, which obviously, if it falls into the wrong hands, would be a problem. And it seems like both sides now agree, even though there was discussion that it might have been moved before the June 12-day war, that it is buried at Isfahan. Doesn't it seem that it would need to be secured by responsible players?
Yeah, it does seem to be that way. I mean, I think, you know, we have fantastic intelligence. We have overhead intelligence. We can monitor it if we have to 24/7. Yeah. I think we need to be prepared to go in. I was a big favor of the B-2s back in last June at Midnight Hammer. They can go back again. I think right now they're flying over Iran with B-1s and B-52s. B-52 is going to be 100 years old and retired. And the B-52 itself can carry big bombs, real big bombs. And so I think if we see activity where it's credible that they are going back in to recover that material or to build a weapon, then we go back after it just like we did in June.
Sir, it's a pleasure to have you here. And thank you so much for your...
We got to pause this really quick. We do have some breaking news.
Turning my head to the left and I seen the nose of that drone pop through.
We got some breaking news, which I got to pull up here really quick. Breaking news. This is absolutely insane. This is absolutely insane. Sorry, I'm trying to get the breaking news lower third up here real quick. and sharing this information to you. This is absolutely crazy. It looks like FBI is just warning California right now. Okay. This is absolutely crazy. California is being warned of a possible attack by Iran. I'm not joking. This is crazy. This is crazy. FBI warns Iran aspired to attack California with drones in retaliation for war. This is what's going on right now. This is true. This is not fake news. Okay, the FBI warned police departments in California in recent days that Iran could retaliate for American attacks by launching drones at the West Coast, according to an alert reviewed by ABC News. We recently acquired information that as of early February 2026, Iran allegedly aspired to conduct a surprise attack using unmanned aerial vehicles, those drones, okay, from an unidentified vessel off the coast of the United States, homeland, okay, specifically against unspecified targets in California. In the event that the U.S. conducted strikes against Iran, according to the alert distributed at the end of February. We have no additional information on the timing, method, target, or perpetrators of this alleged attack. What in the hell is going on? So the warning just came as the Trump administration launched its ongoing assault against the Islamic Republic. Iran has been retaliating with drone strikes against targets throughout the Mideast. A spokesperson for the FBI office in LA declined to comment. The White House did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Oh, and of course, my camera went out. Hold on, guys. This is crazy. Okay, this is absolutely crazy information. But this is breaking news right now as we speak. They are saying that there was a plan. So I guess Trump. Well, here's the thing. I'm going to say this first. All right. If this is true, all right. I hate to say it like that, but if this is true, then that's absolutely crazy. And then, of course, now I can understand why maybe we attacked first. But at the same time, though, this could also just be a fugazi to cover up what Trump said to us before. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, but I'm going to say it. He said, oh, we knew weeks before that they were going to do something, that they were going to attack. This now just came out. This is breaking news. Iran was planning on attacking California. And I'm sorry, but I'm instantly side-eyeing it. Still, it is shocking information. It could very well be true, but there's another part of me that's like, wait a second, y'all are saying one thing, but then we hear something completely different. How convenient that we hear this now after the press conference that they had, where he repeatedly said that they knew for weeks that there was an attack planned for America and we had to strike first. Again, this could be real. This may not be real. But let me repeat again what is being said in this article. FBI warns Iran aspired to attack California with drones in retaliation for war. See, here's the thing. In retaliation for war. Okay. So the FBI warned police departments in California in recent days that Iran, the FBI warned police departments in California in recent days, just recently, that Iran could retaliate for American attacks by launching drones at the West Coast. We recently acquired information that as of early February 2026, Iran allegedly aspired to conduct a surprise attack using unmanned aerial vehicles, basically drones, from an unidentified vessel off the coast of the United States homeland, specifically against unspecified targets in California. So they're just saying they're just going to go and hit a whole bunch of places. No specified city, no specified area. They're just going to just drop drones on people off the coast of California in the event that the U.S. conducted strikes against Iran. In the event that the U.S. conducted strikes against Iran. So, interesting. According to the alert distributed at the end of February, we have no additional information on the timing, method, target, or perpetrators of this alleged attack. The warning came just as the Trump administration launched its ongoing assault against the Islamic Republic. Iran has been retaliating with drone strikes against targets throughout the Middle East. A spokesperson for the FBI office in LA declined to comment, and the White House has not responded to any request for comment. Interesting information. U.S. intelligence officials have also grown concerned in recent months about the expanding use of drones by Mexican drug cartels and the chance the technology could be used to attack American forces and personnel near the Mexican border. An uncorroborated report suggested that unidentified Mexican cartel leaders had authorized attacks using UASs or drones, carrying explosives against U.S. law enforcement and U.S. military personnel along the Mexico-U.S. border, according to a September 2025 bulletin reviewed by ABC News. This type of attack against U.S. personnel or interests inside the U.S. would be unprecedented, but exemplifies a plausible scenario throughout cartels typically avoid actions. Although cartels typically avoid actions that would result in unwanted attention or responses from U.S. authorities. ABC contributor John Cohen, the former head of intelligence for the Department of Homeland Security, said he was concerned about the possibility of drone warfare coming from both the Pacific and Mexico. We know Iran has an extensive presence in Mexico and South America. They have relationships, they have the drones, and they have the incentive to conduct attacks. The FBI is smart for putting this warning out so that the state and locals can be better able to prepare and respond to these types of threats. Information like this is critically important for law enforcement. While FBI's warning did not specify how or when vessels carrying attack drones could get close enough to the U.S. mainland, intelligence officials have long been concerned about equipment being pre-positioned either on land or on ships at sea in the event Israel or U.S. struck Iran. So here's the thing. Which is insane, because it could mean, it basically means like they could be anywhere. They can be mother-loving anywhere. Now, it does make sense. It's like, how would a ship anywhere, like in any way, shape, or form, get anywhere near any coast of America without America going out and just blasting it into smithereens? Think about that for a second. There's just on God's green earth, there's just no way, right? There's no way that they can get that close. We would know, we would retaliate, we would take them down. That's very true. Why do I sound like Pete Hegseth right there? But at the same time, we would go forward with force, right? And they would F around and find out, right? We would take them down. It would be Operation Epic Fury Part 2, right? We wouldn't be playing. Everything would be blown to smithereens. They haven't used that word yet. Smithereens. I'm waiting for that. I'm waiting for smithereens. But moving on. Okay? But the fact that they're saying that there could be other ways that they could launch, from the likes of Mexico or from the likes of maybe South Africa, South America, maybe there's a possibility of that, or being able to move up through South America into Mexico, get a little bit closer, and then launch from Mexico itself. If they do have connections in Mexico, that could very well be what happens here, right? That's a possibility. So that is absolutely insane if you ask me. Being able to do something like that. Can you imagine that? I mean, I don't want to imagine that. That'd be kind of scary, right? But that'd be wild. That'd be absolutely wild if that was to go down. So it's like, forget the sea. What if they just try to shoot from Mexico? What if they try to launch from Mexico? Mind you, these drones can go fairly far. They can go over 1,000 miles. They can seriously, cover some ground. So imagine if it was something like that. Now, that's kind of crazy and scary, but at the same time, I do appreciate the FBI putting out this information and at least letting Californians, and actually, I'm going to say this too, Americans, giving Americans a heads up of there's so many possibilities of so many bad things that could happen. We already know about the possibility of sleeper cells doing their thing here. There's other possibilities of now that they could be shooting from Mexico. It's possible. Now, this is all breaking right now. I'm trying to see if there's any, if there was any information, you know what I mean, about this as far as being covered in the news. I haven't heard, like, as far as, hearing anything. Okay, we do have some things. So let's take a look at this.
The FBI warning of possible Iranian drone attacks on our homeland. A new alert reviewed by
Boom.
ABC News revealing Iran's
Crazy.
aspirations to conduct a surprise attack specifically against unspecified targets in California. The FBI saying it's warned police departments across the Golden State now of strikes by unmanned aerial vehicles or drones as tensions rise in the Middle East. Let's get straight to our chief investigative correspondent, Aaron.
I mean, imagine that. I'm sorry to say this, but again, let me be real. Imagine that. Imagine this happening in real time. We already been concerned about them being able to get to American soil, being able to touch American grass. There are ways that they could do it, guys. I hate to say it, but there are ways that they could do it. They don't have to have a sleeper cells activated in America. They could literally do it they could do it from Canada, guys. They could do it from Canada. They could do it from Mexico. They could do it from South America. They could. They really could if they wanted. Now, again, they're giving us something. And here's the thing, too. Remember, we are partially, okay? And yes, no, I know that the sleeper cells are already here, Messi. That's clear. That's clear as day. Sleeper cells are here. They just haven't been activated yet, in my personal opinion. They really haven't been yet, in my personal opinion. So keep your heads on a swivel, y'all, okay? But when it comes to them being able to attack, not internal, but external, they still could. They don't have to be in a boat. They don't have to fly in a plane. They could literally be next door. They could be underneath or on top of us shooting. Like just launching their drones, flying them low and slow as to what they did with other situations that we've seen overseas. So they could do the same thing over here. So everybody got to keep it safe. Keep your heads on a swivel. Real talk. Okay? Real talk. Because anything's possible now. You think that you really think that we're not going to, if this continues, if this war continues the way it's going, you really think that the sleeper cells or they're not going to try to get over here in some way, shape, or form? Just think about it. And I'm kind of wondering about that too. Why Cali, baby? You know what I'm saying? Why Cali of all places? It's interesting. Maybe because New York has already had its troubles, 9/11 and whatnot. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. All right. But this is very, very, very odd. But this is all breaking news, guys. Breaking news. Finally, we're getting some other information. Oh, this is the other part I was going to say. Remember, there is a partial shutdown, government shutdown going on right now. DHS is, I mean, they're still waiting for, they're still fighting about the DHS fundings, et cetera, right? So there is a partial shutdown going on in the government right now as we speak. This is the moment more than ever that we really need DHS, Department of Homeland Security. We really need Department of Homeland Security right now, and we are shut down right now. Ain't that about it? Shut your mouth. And we got this going on. Potential drones flying into America to do bad things to all of us, potentially.
Kentursky. Aaron, what are you learning?
Yikes.
We've reviewed an alert that came within the last couple of weeks, Kira, just recently from the FBI to law enforcement agencies up and down the California coastline, warning that Iran is aspiring now to perhaps launch some kind of a retaliatory attack on the U.S. mainland using drones on the West Coast. The alert that we reviewed said an uncorroborated report suggested that unidentified Mexican cartel leaders had authorized attacks using drones carrying explosives, so they know that capability exists. And the separate alert that we've reviewed, Kira, says that Iran has those same kinds of aspirations. So the U.S. has broadly known for some time that drones could be deployed against the homeland. We know that Iran has been using drones significantly in this 12-day-old war with the United States. That's what killed the first 6 U.S. service members in this war. But now the FBI is specifically warning police agencies in California along the Pacific coastline that Iran is aspiring to use them to attack in the West.
So why California? Why the West?
Good question. And that's not exactly clear, but perhaps there's thought that Iran has these things pre-positioned on ships that are still in international waters or that could float through international waters. We know that we've previously reported, Kira, on Iran's desire to perhaps activate sleeper cells in the United States, although that's certainly far from confirmed or far from anything operational as far as law enforcement knows. It's not clear why the West Coast as opposed to the East Coast, but that's what the alert from the FBI says.
Hold on.
Pre-positioned on ships that are still in international waters or that could float through international waters. We know that we've previously reported, Kira, on Iran's desire to perhaps activate sleeper cells in the United States, although that's certainly far from confirmed or far from anything operational as far as law enforcement knows. It's not clear why the West Coast as opposed to the East Coast, but that's what the alert from the FBI says.
That's so strange, right? Why? Yeah. I mean, everybody, somebody in the chat was asking a very good question. Why Cali? You see what I'm saying? Like, that just doesn't make any sense. I mean, I guess it makes sense. It doesn't matter. It's America still. But at the same time, I'm wondering, why not somewhere else? Seems odd.
An ABC News exclusive. The FBI warning police departments across California that Iran could retaliate against the West Coast. This would allegedly be done using drone technology.
Why are they positioned like that? Why are they standing like that? Why are they posing like that? That seems so odd. Like they're doing a fashion shoot or something. Like what the hell? They couldn't stand alongside each other. He couldn't stand on the other side of the screen. Maybe. Why is it pelvis to pelvis? Body to body. Like, what's up with that? That's very weird, guys. Let's continue though. I'm sorry. That ADHD just triggered the ADHD. I'm sorry. That's weird. That is the oddest position to stand in. Are they married? Are they together? Like, what's up with that? You know what I'm saying? They is screwing. Stop. It just doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? Okay.
ABC News has reviewed the alert from the end of February, and the alert said Iran planned to conduct a surprise attack using unmanned aerial vehicles specifically against California in the event that the U.S. conducted strikes against Iran. The alert did not have any additional information on the timing, method, target, or perpetrators of the alleged attack.
Now, this warning comes as the Trump administration launches more attacks in Iran. ABC's Olivia Rubin is following the overnight strikes.
Today, fire and fury in the Strait of Hormuz. This cargo ship from Thailand on fire. Officials now say 3 crew members are missing, 32 rescued. Several cargo ships in the strait hit by unknown projectiles, according to the British Maritime Authority, Iran claiming responsibility for 2 of those strikes. The strait, a critical passageway for the world's oil supply, now essentially closed.
This is one of the pressure points that Iran knew.
Let me just say this. Strait of Hormuz being shut down is going to be a massive problem for a lot of us, okay? And it's not gonna affect just America or just gas and oil prices. It's going to be a problem with so many other countries, okay? And then now you got this issue going on, the possible strikes coming to America, okay? And I'm not talking about Eddie Murphy. You see what I'm saying?
He could use to really force the United States potentially to stop the conflict. If they can do this successfully, they're going to stop 20% of the world's oil supply.
There are reports Iran is planning to use mines to further disrupt the flow of oil. The U.S. releasing a new video this morning of strikes on Iranian naval ships, saying it's destroyed 16 mine-laying vessels near the strait. The U.S. now says American forces have struck more than 5,500 targets inside Iran since the war began 11 days ago. U.S. Central Command giving an update this morning.
Every day, we're striking hard at Iranian ballistic missile and drones.
The human cost playing out too. In Tehran, thousands gathering in the streets for officials killed in some of the first strikes of the war. Now, to ease some of those concerns, dozens of countries are preparing for the largest release of oil from the strategic reserves ever. 32 member countries of the International Energy Agency, including the United States, today agreed to release 400 million barrels of oil from their reserves. It's a major move, though not quite clear just yet exactly how much oil will start flowing per day.
Let me tell you something. Let me just say this really quick. What we're seeing right now, what we're hearing about right now, as far as the attacks going on, possibly, potentially, on American soil, I'm going to say something pretty wild. Trump wants that. Hold on for a second before you get mad, before you get, your panties all up in a bunch. Okay, let's talk about this for a second. This is exactly what he wants because it gives him more incentive to deploy troops. Remember what I said a couple of days ago, okay? I'm going to be real. I said this a couple of days ago. I said, all right, either something big's going to happen on American soil that's going to cause us to full on go crazy and release all soldiers, boots on the ground, gives us incentive to fight a war. Look at what happened with 9/11. 9/11 happened, and next thing you know, we're going after those evildoers. Fool me once, can't fool me again, right? You fool me once, you can't fool me again, right? And then we're off after those WMDs. That's all we were after, WMDs. After all that happened. So now you got this situation going on, potentially. By the grace of God, by the grace of our military, by the grace of our intelligence and the fact that we are one of the strongest military in the world, I'm hoping that nothing touches America's grass. Nothing gets on American soil. I hope that's the case. But here's the thing. If there is truly an attack that does actually happen here in America that will give Trump the incentive and it will get Pete Hegseth salivating at the mouth and you got Lindsey Graham jerking off in the corner for another war, okay? For a bigger reaction to what's going on overseas. I'm telling you right now. I said it. It's the truth. They're waiting for something massively bad to happen here on American soil to give incentive to augment the amount of troops that they are originally going to deploy here very soon. We've already heard from senators basically saying, hey, they have no clue what they're doing. They are flying blind. They will not tell us what is the real purpose of this whole thing in the whole situation. What's the whole purpose of this war that they started? So on and so forth, right? They even said that they are planning on deploying troops. It's happening. They're going to deploy troops. But now, FBI just put this out, and we got to stop right there. See, this is me working in real time. Like the wheels are finally turning. You know what I'm saying? That's FBI giving us this information, by the way. Now, I know DHS is shut down because, Department of Homeland Security is actually shut down right now because there's a partial government shutdown going on because of DHS and because they are lying and they have been cutting corners, and you got a leader or soon to be not the leader. Okay, Kristi Noem taking $220 million to make a freaking video for her own self, which is absolutely insane. It better be like Avatar. I'm telling you what. There better be like blue people walking around. She better be underwater. Okay. She better be doing a whole rendition of, I don't know, her own version of Little Mermaid. Okay. Under the sea, like something of that sort. It better be the best graphics and CGI in the history of $220 million being spent on a little freaking video. Just saying that. But remember, she took that money. Maybe she used it for, maybe you're going to see it on screen. Maybe you won't. But nonetheless, she lied. And now she's out of a job. DHS is now in a kerfuffle, for lack of a better term, because of how things are being run for ICE and with ICE. And those ICE agents, some of them can't even read. But they still got a job now, don't they? Ain't that crazy? So now you got the FBI, which is a whole other cluster F. A whole other cluster F in itself, now telling us that we're about to get attacked, that there's a plan of attack here on American soil. Do we take it with a grain of salt or do we take it seriously? I tell you what, we take it seriously because anything's possible. And these people and Iranians, the Iranian regime, I'm sure is crazy right now. And they angry because Supreme Leader was just murked just several days ago. Let's not forget that. Let's not forget that, guys. All right. So now, you don't think there's going to be some sort of retaliation? You don't think that they're going to go, oh, you came into our house uninvited. Why can't we go into your house uninvited? So that's exactly what I think is going to go down. But I say take this with a grain of salt because maybe this is propaganda. This might be a lie just to make them deploying soldiers overseas justified. Just saying that out loud. Lo siento, cabrón. Lo siento. Lo siento. Anything's possible, baby. We live in a weird, messed up, twisted world. And everything lately has been messed up and has been filled with nothing but lies. And we've been seeing it in real mother-loving time. So you got the Strait of Hormuz, okay, being shut down by Iran, saying we're going to make it very difficult for you guys to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. And we'll make sure that the cost of a barrel of oil goes up past $200 because they pissed off. Regardless of what side you were on, I understand why they're mad. Doesn't mean I agree with it, with their regime. I'm just saying it makes sense that they'd be pissed off right now, wouldn't they? Just a skosh. So why would we not think that they wouldn't want to try to attack us on our own home turf? That possibility is still strong and still very palpable. Crazy. I'm going to see if I can find more because this is huge news in my personal opinion. So give me a second here. Let's see if there's anything more.
An ABC News.
So far, nothing, but hold on. Let's take a look at this. I'm still looking to see if there's anything more about that, but that is some scary stuff. Okay. And then somebody said something about Trump dodging a bottle. I don't even think that's real. I saw somebody tweet that and then, added me to it, but let's take a look
All right,
at this.
Trey Yanks, thank you very much from the front lines there. And President Trump is working to defend one of the world's most important oil shipping lanes from attacks. Iran's regime is targeting ships in the Strait of Hormuz. These images show the aftermath of a strike on a cargo vessel there that burst into flames. The Revolutionary Guard claims to have struck 2 vessels in the strait. CENTCOM released this dramatic new video. It shows U.S. forces striking and sinking several of what it says are Iran's mine-laying ships, trying to plant bombs in that important waterway. The president, with this very strong warning for Iran's regime, he posted this, quote, "We want them removed immediately. If for any reason mines were placed and they are not removed forthwith, the military consequences to Iran will be at a level never seen before." Now, here's a former top White House national security official on that.
The president showing he is not going to tolerate the Iranians holding international maritime traffic hostage as part of this cat and mouse game they're playing.
Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin's tracking all of this, and she's got more. Hey, Jen.
Hi, Shannon. Well, President Trump can order the military to open the Strait of Hormuz, but it may not be that easy. It is a slow and tedious process to demine the strait if the IRGC Navy continues to lay mines, and they have thousands of drones that can threaten ships, as well as some submarines that can hide at the bottom of the seabed near the 2-mile opening. This is what the U.S. military expected to happen in the strait if the Iranian regime felt it was facing an existential threat. Iran has claimed responsibility for firing projectiles at 2 container ships. A third was seen on fire today at the mouth of the strait. Its crew had to abandon the ship. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs said that he and the other military leaders at the Pentagon are studying the feasibility of sending naval escorts for commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz. But this is easier said than done because the Iranians can literally drop a few mines at a time off the back of small dhow boats, and any U.S. destroyer that would escort an oil tanker is a large target for the Iranian Shahed drones.
We'll look at the range of options to set the military conditions to be able to do that. And then, like we always do with every potential mission, come to the Secretary and the President with both what are the resources required, what is the command and control required, and what are the risks, and how do we mitigate those risks.
In other words, it's not happening yet. Yesterday, we learned that Iran had placed about a dozen mines in the strait. Last night, CENTCOM announced it had blown up 16 Iranian mine-laying boats, but the Iranians have more, and those 50 naval warships that CENTCOM has sunk were part of Iran's Blue Navy, not the IRGC Navy small fast boats, which can threaten the strait.
If we start to bring our warships through right now, the Iranians still have the capability, not just at the coastal area, which we can eliminate, but hundreds of miles back. We're likely not going to begin that task of escorting tankers through until that threat is removed.
7 vessels carrying 11.7 million barrels of Iranian crude oil have crossed the Strait of Hormuz between February 28th and March 9th. All were heading to China, we're told. So Iran is still managing to get some of its oil tankers through the strait. Shannon.
Some, but not all. Some, y'all, but not all, baby. Some.
Yeah, a great point. All right, Jen Griffin, thank you very much. So Victoria Coates joins us now, Deputy National Security Advisor during President Trump's first term, also Vice President of the National Security, part of the Heritage Foundation. Victoria, good to see you.
Great to see you.
Let's pick up where Jen left off, this issue of China, because they need that oil too.
They do. And this has been very interesting. Iran has sort of had a selective closure of the strait, and the ships that are going to China are still getting out. I also wonder if this means they're not serious about mining the strait, because bear in mind, that does a ton of damage to Iran as well. They have to keep getting money into the country. I'm watching their banks very closely. They've shut them down. There could be a run on the banks when they have to open them up again. So they have these bad financial problems. They can't really afford to stop running oil through the strait. So I'm curious to see what China says. I think this will be a very big part of the president's message when he meets with Chairman Xi at the end of the month.
Yeah, that's got to be on the top of the list. There are many subjects they're going to get through. So let's talk about the strait there. What physically can we do? I mean, is this a situation where, there's been talk of Karg Island, which is there off of Iran? That might be a place we'd actually have, quote, boots on the ground there. What about ships in the region? I mean, what kind of risk are there to U.S. personnel if we decide we have to get more actively involved in that strait?
That always has to be top of mind. And Karg Island is actually the export facility for the Iranians. And so that has always been on the target list. It's a very strategic location. And so that's something we can watch very closely. But at the same time, what we're seeing is a degradation of the sophistication of the tools that the Iranians are using. First, it was ballistic missiles. Those are now running out. Then it was the attack drones. Those are running out in turn. And as Jen was just reporting, these are not complicated exercises here. They're Dow boats. They're small boats. Mines are not sophisticated. So they're running out of tricks in their toolkit. And so I think we'll just keep doing what we're doing. We'll target those ships. We'll keep an eye on the mining situation very, very closely. But I think by any conceivable metric, the United States is really making great progress here.
Okay, I want to quickly ask you about ongoing concerns about their nuclear program. The Wall Street Journal editorial board says the job is not finished yet. They say this: the war is ahead of schedule in degrading Iran's military, but the nuclear program appears to have faced only a few Israeli surgical strikes, according to a non-proliferation expert. Those who want to limit U.S. objectives in Iran should be the most vociferous about the need to strike or secure Iran's top remaining nuclear sites.
Oh, absolutely. And bear in mind, the Iranians told Steve Witkoff at one of their meetings they have more than 800 pounds of 60% enriched uranium. And folks will say, oh, it's not 90%. That's just one turn of the dial to get to 90. So essentially, they're there. And that material has to be secured. And there's sort of some wild speculation that Delta Force or something will go in and take care of that. That's not what they do. What we actually have are these incredible teams of nuclear scientists who are also trained as soldiers, and they're small teams. This is not a force of thousands. It's a force of maybe a dozen who can come in and have the expertise to secure that material and get it out of the country. So at that point, we then can attend to the physical sites so that they can't go back into that enrichment business.
Yeah.
Interesting. That's interesting. Real quick, somebody just asked this, so I want to pull this up. Angelina, thank you so much for the love and for the question. So, Pascal, do you really think Trump will meet any leader outside the U.S. now? Well, he said he was going to China in the last press conference that he just had. He said he was heading out to China in the next couple days or so. So if that is true, that I think that would be absolutely insane. I think that'd be absolutely insane if he was to try to do that right now, because right now this is not. I would say that's not the best move right now, for lack of a better term. It's not. It wouldn't be the best move, if you ask me. But at the same time, he's got a team. He's got a security that's out of this world. So I would assume that he would know better than to risk his own neck by going out there to the likes of China. But he did say that in the press conference. Unless that's set to change, like that's set to be rescheduled, or be postponed indefinitely, given the fact of everything that's going on, right? But let's take a look at this. Congressman says U.S. troops are extremely prepared for Iranian drone attacks.
The U.S. is winning the war with Iran, and despite a conflicting time. Well, President Trump says that the U.S. is winning the war with Iran, and despite a conflicting timeline for how long it could last, he vows it won't become another Iraq. At least 140 American troops have been injured in this war so far. That's in addition to the 7 service members who lost their lives, including 6 in that Iranian drone attack in Kuwait. Still, Secretary Pete Hegseth says he is giving our troops everything they need.
There's one thing I can sleep quietly at night knowing is that we're giving every resource humanly possible to our troops on the front lines to ensure they're protected.
Well, I'm joined now by a man who knows the dangers of war all too well. Brian Mast lost both legs to an IED while working as a bomb disposal tech in Afghanistan, but wasn't the end of his service. He's now a GOP congressman representing Florida. Good to see you, Congressman.
Nice to see you also.
Well, we heard what the secretary had to say. Now I want to play for you a part of an interview that I had yesterday, came to us through our affiliate KSTP with Army Sergeant First Class Corey Hicks. Congressman, he survived that attack in Kuwait. Take a listen.
I don't think any of us were really prepared for it. Just because we were in Kuwait, there hasn't been war in Kuwait for over 30 years. We thought we were safe, and we thought it was just going to be a silly another 12-day war, and Israel and Iran going to do their thing, and it'll be over, But it's coming to a realization that it's turning into something bigger than we thought.
Congressman, what are your thoughts on how prepared our troops really are for this?
Extremely prepared. Every single moment, however, that you are forward deployed, they call it a deployment for a reason. You are at risk, whether you're on the USS Cole and you think you're somewhere safe in a dock and you end up suffering a terrible tragedy, or whether you're in a building somewhere in Kuwait or Bahrain or UAE or Qatar or Iraq or somewhere else. If you are forward deployed, we call it that for a reason. There is a hazard pay for a reason because of those hazards that exist. What Secretary Hegseth was very specifically pointing to undoubtedly is every single military resource that the United States of America has is being brought to bear. There is no, we're going to hold back. There is no, we're going to keep this on the sidelines for any reason. If we can use it and gain a strategic advantage, then we will be using it. And that's what he means when he says he's bringing everything forward. But those service members forward, they are aware of the situation that they are in, and they are fully aware of the hazards of their chosen profession.
Point well made. But I think there are things that we can do better for our troops, because a number of stories have come out now, Congressman, about the infrastructure for troops in these bases overseas. They're generally above ground, cheap buildings made from trailers and shipping containers. Our military bases in the Middle East are not the safest places to be. And Corey Hicks described the cargo container they were hiding in. And this is where his comrade in arms were killed. So what can be done right now with these Iranian drone strikes happening continuously, and they're happening on our bases? What can be done to just make these bases safer?
It's a really good question. And let's also compare that to the bases here at home. So a base here at home, whether you go to Fort Bragg or Fort Benning, they're concrete, they have drywall, they might be brick, they have drywall walls. If they got hit by a ballistic missile, they are going to be, to some level, destroyed. There's going to be casualties, there's going to be death. That includes here at home. I've lived in those containers, those Connex containers overseas. You have, of course, barriers so that people maybe can't overrun a base. But absolutely, if a ballistic missile comes in from overhead, or there is a mortar that comes in, or some other kind of rocket attack, this is a common attack that is brought to bear. What can be done to protect against that is exactly what the United States of America is doing right now. It's number one, shooting out every piece of ordnance that they can find that is flying into the air. They're looking to shoot down everyone, along with our allies, with our tactical high altitude area defense systems, with our Patriot systems, with other systems. Number two, seeking and destroying every single launcher, mobile launcher, fixed launcher that's in the ground, every single cache that's somewhere in a cave or buried in the ground or in a building somewhere, strategically, point by point going and destroying. And this is the mission set of this operation: destroy every single piece of Iranian military hardware that has reached out and touched Americans in the past or can still reach out and touch an American today. That is the operation.
Point well made, Congressman, but you've seen the reports that are out there. Iran is totally ramping up drone production. I mean, up to 1,000 new drones every day.
Yep.
And we know that producing anti-drone equipment, that's a lot tougher to do. So does the U.S. military have an Iranian drone problem right now?
It is the opposite of that. The United States of America is decreasing the frequency of their attacks, the volume of their attacks, every single moment. General Kane has reported on that very, very well. The United States of America is ramping up through our allies as well. The systems that we are taking out, how deep it is that we can go in order to take out systems, because we began methodically by taking out things like surface to air systems so that we can move more safely into other areas. Our operations expand, their operations decrease, whether that's with their Navy or with their missile capabilities, any infantry that they might have. Anything that is a military part of their operation is being degraded more and more every single moment. And that absolutely includes drone making facilities and the supply chain for those drones as well.
Let's talk about the mines in the Strait of Hormuz. The Trump administration says it's destroyed 16 Iranian mine-laying ships now, but estimates suggest that Iran has up to 6,000 naval mines. You were a bomb disposal expert in the Army. What can you do against such a high volume of obstacles?
This is something that our Navy deals very specifically, our Navy bomb technicians, specifically with ordnance that are in the water, beneath the waterline. They do an excellent job. They've been training on these missions set for years. It goes to what I was just speaking about already. It's destroying every single platform that can launch these systems, whether it's a small vessel or a large vessel. Clearly, the United States has been doing that with the Iranian Navy. And whether it's any cache that exists for these things, because if you talk about a number of thousands, obviously those have to sit somewhere. In addition, they have to be armed up by somebody that knows how to operate them. All of those things are part of the kill chain for the United States of America. Where's the cache? Where's the system that can launch it? Who are the individuals that know how to operate them and are pushing the button to deploy? All of those part of that kill chain.
Well, we'll see how things transpire here, right? We will see what happens here. As much as they say, "Oh, we're more than prepared," etc., we got, nothing can touch us, blah blah blah. Well, we can never underestimate the power of the element of surprise, right? We can only be so prepared until, isn't it like everybody has a game plan until you walk into the ring and you get punched in the face for the first time, right? And then all of a sudden your plan changes, so we'll see what happens here with that. It's going to be crazy, but take a look at this. Pam Bondi is living somewhere else right now. Okay. Sorry for the left turn, but I got to show this left turn real quick. Actually, no, I'm going to come back to the Pam Bondi thing, because Pam Bondi is living on a military base right now. She's been relocated because she's been receiving a lot of threats, crazy amounts of threats. But we're going to talk about that in a second. We got to talk about this oil. We got to talk about these gas. Sorry, not this oil. I'm sorry. Talk about these service members suffering and suffering serious injuries and us not getting the full truth about that. Let's take a listen.
The White House and CBS News White House reporter Aaron Navarro. Aaron, practically nothing left. That's the message from the president on Iran, according to Axios this hour. So what is he saying? Has he said anything else about this ongoing war?
The president went on to tell Axios he believes that the war could end soon because, in his words, they've accomplished a lot of the U.S.'s military goals of decimating Iran's military capabilities. He said to Axios, quote, "Anytime I want it to end, it will end." This follows comments that he made in
like I said, I think that's absolute BS. If he sits there and says, "If I want it to end, it will end," what does that mean exactly? Either he's going to go in with crazy bombs and just destroy everything in its path, right? In its wake, everything will be destroyed. Or he's basically saying, like, I'm giving myself an out just in case if things go really, really bad. If everything goes south, I can pull out of this fight anytime I want and still have my head held high. It's either those two, right?
a phone interview with CBS News and Weijia Zhang earlier this week, where he said and signaled that the war would be very complete soon. Israeli officials, though, have not said if the fighting will stop anytime soon. And in fact, the country's defense minister said today that the war will continue, quote, without any time limit for as long as necessary. The president and the White House, at least from the press secretary yesterday, have signaled throughout this week that they do believe that the U.S. is ahead of schedule of that initial 4 to 6 week timeline that they gave this operation since it began on the last day of February. But you're seeing more and more comments from President Trump signaling that the end could be sooner than that. And that comes, of course, as domestic pressure rises as a result of the rising gasoline prices, but also shows confidence that the president has in what the operation has done so far. Though the main objective of making sure Iran never has a nuclear weapon, how they determine that remains to be seen.
And as we said earlier, we know the president is traveling today. He's heading to Kentucky, I believe also Ohio. What can we expect from his remarks today?
He's expected to talk about his work in lowering pharmaceutical prices. He'll be visiting the Thermo Fisher Scientific Facility. That's a company that has announced it'll invest $2 billion more in U.S. manufacturing. That's something that the Trump administration in the second term has repeatedly called for. He'll also deliver remarks in a more rally-like setting. He'll be joined by a congressional candidate, Ed Galrain, who is challenging Republican Congressman Thomas Massie of Kentucky. He has been a big adversary from the GOP for President Trump on Capitol Hill. But this will also be a platform for President Trump to talk about the war with Iran and specifically address the higher gas prices, as they maintain that this will be a short blip, temporary pain. As polling shows that cost of living, the economy remain the top issues for voters in these midterm elections. And the polling also shows that the president and his party have lost ground on that issue. So this speech is expected to potentially address a lot of things, as it always is with President Trump. But the focus, at least going in, is lower pharmaceutical prices and affordability.
Okay. And Aaron, while we have you here, I want to get to this new exclusive report from CBS News. Officials tell us that dozens of U.S. service members in Kuwait have suffered serious injuries like burns and brain trauma and even shrapnel wounds. What more are you learning about that?
Yeah, this is that drone strike at the beginning of this operation that killed 6 U.S. service members. And we're learning more details than had been previously known about the severity of those injuries. We know that those that have been injured had to receive hospital care, some sent to the U.S., to San Antonio, to Walter Reed here in the D.C. area. But at least 25 had to go to a regional medical center in Germany. And we have learned per this reporting from our colleagues that 20 were transported with injuries the military designated as, quote, urgent. And required evacuation. That includes traumatic brain injuries, memory loss, concussions. And this is just the most detail we've gotten on the physical toll of that strike, as we're learning also from the Pentagon earlier this week that 140 American service members have been injured so far, though they did not specify where or when they were wounded, or certainly the type of injuries that they had sustained.
Okay, Aaron Navarro out.
Lies upon lies, y'all. We're just constantly getting lied to. Let's take a look at this. This is saying CENTCOM says Iran's military is totally dismantled. Let's see if that's
Alert,
true.
the U.S. military showcasing precision and power.
And we got a couple other things. Trust me, we got a bunch of other things we're going to be looking at here. Okay, but let's take a listen to a little bit of this.
In the Middle East is taking action against Iranian Navy ships in the Strait of Hormuz in order to keep those shipping lanes open for oil and other cargo. As we get a new update from CENTCOM on Operation Epic Fury. Good morning. I'm Dana Perino. Bill Hemmer is off today. Hello. Great to have you again.
Good morning and good to be with you once again.
Thank you.
I'm Bill Malugin. This is America's Newsroom. All of this coming as CENTCOM obliterates 16 Iranian mine-laying boats in the Strait of Hormuz. This is putting the focus on a critical waterway where 20% of the world's oil passes through. This display of American firepower coming after President Trump warned the Islamic Republic against planting explosives along the key trade route for energy supplies. In the meantime, Israeli forces also continuing their operations. They've launched a new wave of intense airstrikes on Beirut and Tehran.
And as the campaign unfolds, CENTCOM just moments ago given a sense of the sheer scale of Operation Epic Fury and how it's diminishing Iran's military.
Every day, we're striking hard at Iranian ballistic missile and drones. To date, we have struck more than 5,500 targets inside Iran, including more than 60 ships using a variety of precision weapon systems. Just yesterday, we had strike waves nearly every hour from different locations and directions going into Iran. We also took out the last of 4 Soleimani-class warships. That's an entire class of Iranian ships now out of the fight. I'd characterize our strikes as being unpredictable, dynamic, and decisive. Since the first 24 hours of this campaign, Iranian ballistic missile and drone attacks have dropped drastically. But it's worth pointing out that Iranian forces continue to deliberately target innocent civilians in Gulf countries while hiding behind their own people as they launch attacks from highly populated cities in Iran. We are methodically dismantling them by hitting Iranian missiles and drones, as we also strike their defense industrial base. Just last night, our bomber force hit a large ballistic missile manufacturing facility, as an example. So it's not just about what's shooting at us today, it's also about eliminating the threat in the future. Now, let me show you a few of the results from the tremendous efforts by America's joint force. Here, you see an Iranian Jamaran-class warship, a large patrol ship, a drone smuggling vessel, and 4 other surface combatants docked at Chabahar port in the Gulf of Oman the day before we launched Operation Epic Fury. Here's the same pier 4 days later, all ships taken out of action. This Bayandar-class surface ship was hit and rolled on its side. Here's another example. Here you see 2 Iranian surface combatants docked at an Iranian naval base near the Strait of Hormuz, just hours into the campaign. And here's what they look like 3 days later, engulfed in flames after we struck them with a precision weapon.
So there's all that. Plus, we have extensive coverage. Rich Edson is at the White House, Steve Harrigan at the Iranian border, and Senate Intelligence Committee Chairman Tom Cotton is here. But first, let's get to Trey Yingst. He's got a live report from Tel Aviv. Good morning, Trey.
Dana, good morning. As this war develops, there is a renewed focus on the Persian Gulf amid new incoming Iranian attacks that targeted both Qatar and the UAE earlier today. 2 Iranian drones striking just outside of Dubai's international airport, and also a look at the Strait of Hormuz, where we know that the United States overnight launched new strikes against 16 different Iranian vessels responsible for laying sea mines. According to the Wall Street Journal, at least 10 of these mines were deployed by the Iranians. And overnight, President Trump warned the regime that there would be significant consequences if they continue to stop the flow of global oil. Now, today, we do know the Iranians are still launching attacks not only against Gulf countries, but also against U.S. ally Israel. More sirens overnight here in Tel Aviv, sending hundreds of thousands in Tel Aviv into bomb shelters. We've heard similar sirens throughout the day with missile interceptions overhead, and Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu making new remarks about the success of this joint operation.
We are in a campaign against a cruel enemy that wants to destroy us. We crushed their nuclear and ballistic capabilities in Operation Rising Lion. Afterwards, instead of learning the lesson, they tried to redevelop them and bury them deep underground in such a way that we could no longer target them.
With the Israelis looking east, they're also looking north to the Dahian neighborhood of southern Beirut. You can see some intense airstrikes taking place there overnight, going after Hezbollah positions. Israeli forces also moved a key brigade from inside Gaza, the Golani Brigade, to their northern border in preparation for more offensive action. I do want to just bring your attention back to the Iranian capital of Tehran, where funerals are being held today for Iranian commanders. This really gives you a sense of just how devastating these U.S. and Israeli strikes have been against the Iranian regime. The people you see in the streets of Tehran here are supporters of the regime. Those who are against it are still afraid to enter into the streets of their country. But again, so many funerals taking place as these American and Israeli strikes are decimating the leadership of the Islamic Republic. Bill, Dana?
All right, Trey Yingst, thank you for that report. We'll pay attention to everything you have to say as the day goes on.
And we are also joined by Rich Edson, who is joining us from the, live from the White House this morning. Hi, Rich.
Hey, good morning, Bill. Well, the White House is trying to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and prevent Iran from laying mines there. Concerned the Iranians were going to do just that, U.S. Central Command sent this out, quote, U.S. forces eliminated multiple Iranian naval vessels March 10th, including 16 mine layers near the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump added that the United States has no reports of the Iranians laying mines, but, quote, if for any reason mines were placed and they are not removed forthwith, the military consequences to Iran will be at a level never seen before. Iran has effectively closed traffic through the strait. It's a narrow conduit between Iran and Oman, where about a fifth of the world's oil and gas travels, or at least used to. That and Iran's attacks on oil infrastructure in the region have pushed up oil prices. The Trump White House has floated ensuring or escorting tankers through the strait, though the military has yet to escort any. The White House also says the administration has temporarily permitted India to accept Russian oil that was already at sea despite sanctions against it. Interior Secretary Doug Burgum says the International Energy Agency should consider releasing some of its reserves.
When you have a temporary transit problem that we're resolving militarily and diplomatically, which we can resolve and will resolve, this is the perfect time to think about releasing some of those to take some pressure off of the global price.
It's unclear if the administration would tap the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Oil markets are also focused on exactly how long this conflict will last.
The president and the U.S. military's initial timeline was about 4 to 6 weeks to achieve the full objectives of Operation Epic Fury. Again, to destroy their missiles and their ability to make them, destroy their Navy, permanently deny them nuclear weapons forever, and to, of course, weaken their evil terrorist proxies in the region.
The White House press secretary says this operation will end when the president determines that those objectives have been met. Bill?
All right, Rich Edson live at the White House this morning. Rich, thank you.
For more on this, let's bring in Republican Senator Tom Cotton of our.
Okay, so I don't think that's going to be happening anytime soon. All right. And especially now that there is this threat that's going on that could possibly be happening on American soil. Yes, I can see, some big problems here, and not seeing this slowing down, like I said, anytime soon. Okay. And yes, please be kind to each other in the chat. All right. It's all about love in the chat. We should all be together in these dire times. Okay. Because it's pretty insane what we are seeing here. Hold on one second. There's a live. Hold on one second.
Down more than anybody under.
Trump was visiting a pharmaceutical company in Cincinnati. Let's take a little bit.
Some of the best and brightest colleagues have come up with something. Well, it's a great company. We're just talking about how the expansion's going, and a lot of expansion because of Trump, I have to say. But I think the 1 year depreciation is great. 1 year expensing, everyone loves it. And we did a little excursion. We had to take this little few weeks of excursion, but it's been incredible. Our military is unbelievable, the job they're doing. I would say, to put it mildly, way ahead of schedule. We've knocked out their Navy, their military in all forms. We've knocked out just about everything there is, including their leadership. Twice. We knocked out twice their leadership. And now they have a new group coming up. Let's see what happens to them. But 47 bad years we suffered with them, not only us, the rest of the world. We're doing our job. So we had to take an excursion, but it's doing well. The market's holding up well. I figured we'd be hit a little bit, but we were hit probably less than I thought, and we'll be back on track in a pretty short while.
He said less than he thought? What? Oh, come on, man. Come on. Just say the truth, man. Just say the truth. Okay? This is a lot bigger than he thought. Come on, man. Come on. Stop. Oh, it's a lot worse than I expected. No, you expected a lot less, and it's a lot worse. Come on, guys.
Prices are coming down very substantially. Oil will be coming down.
It won't. Not anytime soon, baby.
It's just a matter of war. That happens you can almost predict it. I would say it went up a little bit less than we thought. It's going to come down more than anybody understands. Do you have any questions, Peter?
Yes. You just said it is a little excursion, and you said it is a war. So which one is it?
Well, it's both. It's both. It's a.
He finally said it's a war. He finally said those words out of his mouth just now. Just so you know, he finally said it's a war. Hold on. We're gonna roll that back. I want you guys to hear it. He said it. He said it's a war.
Any questions, Peter?
Yes. You just said it is a little excursion, and you said it is.
Oh, actually, let me roll that back a little bit more because he was like, "Oh yeah," and then he said it's a war.
Short while. Prices are coming down very
Here it is.
substantially. Oil will be coming down. That's just a matter of war.
Matter of war. He said, and no, he didn't say it's a metaphor. He said it's a matter of war. So yes, he is finally saying it out loud. He is finally saying the quiet part out mother loving loud.
That happens you can almost predict it. I would say it went up a little bit less than we thought. It's going to come down more than anybody understands. Do you have any questions, Peter?
Yes. You just said it is a little excursion, and you said it is a war. So which one is it?
Well, it's both. It's both. It's an excursion that
Lo and behold,
keep us out of a war, and the war is going to be. For them, it's a war. For us, it's turned out to be easier than we thought. But think of it, they had thousands of missiles, 8,000 missiles. We got many of them before they got to launch. They have drones all over the place. We got many. Now we're knocking out the drone plants, as you know, going fast. They started talking about mines. So we hit 28 mine ships as of this moment, 28. Using the same weapon, the exact same weapon that we use against the drug dealers in the water. We have, as an example, we had tremendous drugs pouring in through the water, through the sea. And now we have almost none. It's down 97% through water. Now we'll do it through land. The land is easier than water. But this is a great honor being here. It's a great company. I've known it for a long time. And you have done a fantastic job. And I'd like to congratulate.
Thank you. It's the colleagues' work.
See the colleagues. Talk to that in just a second. It's a new form of visit. My associates, my colleagues, what about people that just work for you? No, right? They're colleagues.
25 years
That's
of
why it's
working
doing,
together.
that's why it's doing so well. Congratulations. Great company. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great honor. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Gentlemen, we thought it would just be good to introduce some of our best
Sure, let's go.
People in our team and have you have a chance to say hello to
Well,
each of them.
let me have a picture with them. How about
Yeah,
that?
that's great.
Come on, Peter, take a picture. Come on. Let's go. Let me get alongside of some really good looking people. All right, let's go. This guy here, Pulitzer Prize.
We're in a facility for drugs. Ask about China protection. Anyone, ask about pharmaceuticals to some capacity.
Ask about China. Ask about anything at some capacity. Okay.
Face patients. We have a variety of therapeutic areas, cardiovascular, oncology, diabetes, that we the site.
Yeah, so we're gonna
when
move.
products are difficult.
I guess the internet just doesn't want us to see that, and that's totally fine. That's totally fine. Pharmaceuticals being pharmaceutical. All right. So hold on. There's something else I do want to share with y'all. Saw this. I could not talk about this. I think this is absolutely insane. And if this is 110% true, this is absolutely terrifying. Trump officials are suddenly buying doomsday bunkers. Completely separately, we are on the 10th day. Well, now we're on the 12th day, if I have it correctly, of this war. And now apparently there are, there are cabinet members of his cabinet that are actually purchasing bomb-proof bunkers. All from this guy named Ron Hubbard. He's the creator of Atlas Survival Shelters. And he had an exclusive interview with The Telegraph over this weekend, talking about how he has been getting crazy orders for these bomb shelters, these bomb-proof bunkers that he's known to make. He tailors them himself. right? So he says that he's the creator of Atlas Survival Shelters. He told the Telegraph over the weekend that orders have gone up tenfold since the United States and Israel attacked Iran earlier this month. He says, I've been inundated with calls, but among his anxious clientele are two chief members of Donald Trump's team, according to the shelter maker. One of them texted me yesterday asking me, when will my bunker be ready? He told the Telegraph. Even his own team is terrified about what's about to go down, what could potentially go down. Okay. Hubbard constructs hundreds of galvanized steel shelters each year at Atlas's factory in Sulphur Springs, Texas. Its catalog offers underground shelter options from tornado bunkers to hidden gun rooms with prices ranging from $200,000 to $5 million. Crazy. On the higher end of the spectrum, Atlas's bunkers can come with practically every amenity or amenity. I can't even say the word. Every option imaginable, okay, including mudrooms, swimming pools. What? A swimming pool, cinemas, armories, and gun ranges all underground? What? What? Wow, wow. So in other words, remember what's his name? What's his freaking name? Zuckerberg. Zuckerberg has basically a bunker, like a customized bunker, okay? All under like apparently a mountain or something like that, right? Yeah, it's a bougie bunker. Yeah, real talk. For some odd reason, I can't say certain words today. Today is a struggle today, guys. I am tired, so I apologize. But again, this is crazy. This is crazy, okay? And right now, business is booming for him. The company has so far averaged $2 million a month, $2 million a month in sales for 2026. And Hubbard predicts that it could jump to as much as $50 million next month. What the hell is going on? Bunker building is like being a farmer. When it's time for harvest, you have to reap all you can. So again, he's being hired to build these bunkers. Some of these are just unbelievable. Mudrooms, swimming pools, cinemas, armories, gun ranges. Remember, it's ranging from $200,000 to $5 million. So again, wow, that is just insane. But politicos are not the only people tapping into the doomsday prepper lifestyle. Hubbard described the vast majority of his customers as being Christian conservative CEOs. How convenient. Last year, Hubbard met that crowd at a familiar watering hole, Mar-a-Lago, to advertise the drastic solution. Hubbard refused to name his wealthiest customers, but nonetheless boasted to the Telegraph that he has built shelters for several of the richest men on the planet, and that more tech moguls have recently come knocking for specific or for similar products. The president, however, has done nothing to abate concerns. When asked by Time last week if Americans should be worried about Iran attacking them on U.S. soil, Trump responded, I guess. When asked by Time last week if Americans should be worried about Iran attacking them on U.S. soil, Trump responded, I guess. Like I said, some people will die. When you go to war, some people will die. When asked by time last week if Americans should be worried about Iran attacking them on U.S. soil, Trump responded, I guess. Like I said, some people will die. This is what he told the magazine. When you go to war, some people will die. Okay.
البته پرقدرت
Okay. 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 Now, we got a lot to talk about. Now, I talked about in the short this morning already about a van driving through the barricade, through White House's barricade. That person has been detained and arrested. Just so you guys know, I did it as a short. Please go check it out. Okay. This is why I say make sure your notification bells are set to all, because I was going to discuss it in this show, but obviously every time we're on live, there's always some sort of breaking news. So things get shifted around, things get moved around. But there was somebody in a van, a man in a van, drove his van through the White House barricade. He was quickly detained. No one was injured, thank God. But I'm still wondering what was his focus? What was his motive? Why was he doing what he did, right? That's something I'm still trying to find out. And I'm sure a lot of us are trying to find out that information too, right? But we have got to head over into Epstein land because there's a lot going on with Epstein, and I want to talk about it all, okay? There are some significant developments in this particular case, okay? When it all comes down to Epstein, this dude is obviously a piece of trash, all right? And now there's a lot that is covering from his demise to his unaliving all the way to a new investigation going on in various places. So we got quite a bit to talk about. So let me get into some of that right now by getting this stuff over here. So many windows open. It's ridiculous. But you got things that are going on in the Zorro Ranch. Okay, you got that going on. Like I said, this is crazy. The stuff that's starting to unfold, all revolving around this piece of trash, Epstein. Some bad stuff going down. Okay, but hopefully it's for the good. Okay. So first things first, let's get into this. Oh, sorry. Hold on, guys. A few more things. Okay. One thing is very interesting. Obviously, there's been, like I said, there's so much stuff, so many windows open. I'm just kind of trying to close some of them real quick, guys. Okay. Yeah, that's much better. Okay. So one thing is for sure, there was a prison guard. Okay, this may be some old news to you guys, but this is still, just giving you guys an update. Okay, because this all has to do with what's going on in the next, in the updates that are going on right now. Okay, so Jeffrey Epstein's prison guard, she, if I'm correct, she Googled him an hour before his body was found. Then there's some questions about some strange transactions that were made in her bank account directly after the demise of this man, of Jeffrey Epstein, which is absolutely insane. So you got a prison guard who was Googling him an hour before he was found gone. That's something that a lot of people are curious about, and are curious about why she did that right before he passed, right? So let's take a look at this. All right. So one of Jeffrey Epstein's prison guards Googled him just before his body was found, according to documents released by the DOJ. Records show that shortly before Epstein was found in his cell, I'll just say that, all right, Tova Noel, okay? Tova Noel, a staff member assigned to guard Jeffrey Epstein, conducted a Google search for latest on Epstein in jail twice. Weird. The correctional officer searched the term at 5:42 a.m. local time, and then again 10 minutes later at 5:52 a.m., according to an FBI record of Noel's internet search history viewed by people. The article we're reading here. It was the only search highlighted in the document. So, before searching for latest on Epstein in jail, Noel shopped for furniture. Her search history further shows. This is Tova Noel. A phone call reporting that Epstein had been found suspended, let's just say that, was made just over an hour later at around 7 a.m. per FBI records. Guards found Epstein, who was awaiting trial on federal STing charges at that time, unconscious, okay, which we already know about, all right? He was gone, allegedly, all right? He was gone. He lost his life at 66, okay, was officially ruled that it was an S by suspension. I'm just using these code words because when we talk about this kind of stuff, it gets very hairy, very sticky. So moving on. In the wake of his demise, Noel and Michael Thomas, who was also assigned to guard Epstein at the federal jail, were detained and charged for falsifying records about their activities when they were meant to check on him every 30 minutes, according to an indictment. The criminal charge alleged that the two employees were napping and looking online at items for sale rather than conducting required rounds during the time that Epstein lost his life between the time of 10:30 p.m. and 6:30 a.m. Security cameras showed that nobody entered the wing where Epstein was alone in his cell during that time. Okay. The charges against Noel and Thomas were ultimately dropped in 2021, according to the Post. During her sworn statement to the DOJ in 2021, Noel said she did not have any part in Epstein's demise and denied Googling about him before he passed away. She says, "I don't remember doing that," she claimed at the time, according to a transcript obtained by the Post. In her statement, she also said of Epstein, "I don't recall looking him up." The DOJ has released a trove of files relating to the Epstein probe, which, by the way, yes, it's a trove of files, but it's not the whole files, by the way. We still need like another half of the files. I think there's like 3 million files still out there unreleased, right? So that's another conversation in itself. But moving on, of course, this is after the Congress passed the Epstein Files Transparency Act, mandating the release of the investigation materials in November 2025. However, files were released in a slow trickle, with some documents heavily redacted of identifying information. And some things have even been taken off. Some things have even been removed from what DOJ originally took out. And I think that's very, very interesting as well. Now, here's something else that's going on, okay? First off, apparently they're bringing this guard in. Either they're bringing that guard in today or they're bringing that guard in within some time the next day or two to testify, okay? But they're also saying that during their probe, okay, into these Epstein files, they're planning on bringing in allegedly the accountant. Epstein's accountant is supposed to be coming in today and testifying under oath.
Our 7th witness thus far for the Epstein investigation today is a big witness. This is Khan, the CPA. We have a lot of questions. I think everyone in America has questions about how Epstein was able to accumulate so much wealth. I think it's also known, hopefully you all have reported this, that we've been getting bank records in for a long time, and we haven't talked publicly about them because we were waiting to bring the accountant in once we got a feel on where the money we think was going and where it was coming from. To date, it appears with the records we've obtained that there are somewhere around at least 64 entities affiliated with Epstein that we've discovered, LLCs, companies, different things like that. So there were a lot of entities there. There was a lot of money that was being transferred around. So we have specific financial questions we're going to be asking today, and hopefully we'll be able to report some new information. Again, I want to repeat, our objective on the Oversight Committee is to get the truth to the American people. We're doing everything we can to work with the Department of Justice to release all the documents. We have subpoenaed and successfully released all the documents with the estate. We're bringing in anyone that we feel has any information that will be helpful to our investigation. And hopefully we'll be able to get the truth to the American people and provide some type of justice for the victims. So I'll be happy to answer a couple of questions.
Do you think Mr. Khan has any criminal liability?
That what?
Do you think Mr. Khan has any criminal liability?
I don't know. I don't know. We have a lot of questions for him, and no one's accusing anyone of wrongdoing. I always have to say that because the lawyers watch all my interviews, and any misstatement they would try to weasel out of answering questions. So right now, we have no reason to suspect anything, but we have a lot of questions.
Some of the survivors have, though, tried to sue him in civil court, and the attorney have also called for deposition. Do those sort of questions come up in your deposition?
Yes.
Or are you focused on specifically, like they said that he was very knowledgeable of how that's
Right. And he said publicly he wasn't. So we're going to re-ask those questions again today. There's information that we have from some of the victims that we're going to ask. Obviously, there are a lot of financial records that we have questions about, and just an overall curiosity of where the money came from. It looks like a lot of the expenditures went for tuition for college, for a lot of expenses for some of the different victims. So we want to find out as much as we can, and hopefully that will lead to more transparency and hopefully some accountability.
The files also said that he helped set some cameras up on the Epstein Island, Jeffrey Epstein.
Well, we want to ask about that because we haven't been able to. There's no evidence that's emerged with video. Everyone suspects there's video, but thus far there's no video and no trace of where cameras were at any of the properties. Now, I think everyone knows they're in New Mexico now. That property has traded hands, but I don't think the grounds of the property in New Mexico have been searched before. I talked about that last night on Jesse Waters, so I'm glad New Mexico authorities are there now. I don't think that we can conclude an investigation without thoroughly searching that property because there are a lot of suspicions and theories about what may or may not have happened on that property in New Mexico.
Chairman, do you think this deposition could lead to other investigations and depositions of people involved?
Well, it could. Every deposition we've had thus far has led to more depositions and more witnesses coming in. I think, you go back to what Bill Barr said and what Alex Acosta said. They were probably the first two that we brought in for interviews. And they said that, they wanted to prosecute more people, but the evidence wasn't there. We're working with the victims, and a lot of the victims aren't talking. I think everyone knows this because a lot of them have already received some type of settlement. So that's going to be some of the questions, and we'll see if he can talk about that. Obviously, NDOC coming in next week. So we've got the accountant and the lawyer coming in both coming in over the next week. So we have a lot of questions that we're going to ask both of them about settlements and any other type of knowledge they knew about Epstein.
Do you have the timing of Pam Bondi's deposition or when Howard Lutnick is going to come in?
Well,
I forgot to say that too. Pam Bondi has been deposed over her handling of the Epstein files as well. And don't forget, her name is in the her name is on the list that she put out as well. Let's not forget. Let's not forget that too.
Hopefully very soon. So I'm in communication with them. We're trying to get them in very, very soon.
Like next few weeks?
I would hope so.
You have depositions scheduled into early summer, like I believe into June. How long, like, as you said, you're continuously adding more and more depositions. So how long do you envision this taking? How long do you think it's going to last if you finish it by the end of this Congress?
Well, that's our goal, and I certainly hope so. I hope it's before the end of the Congress. But as we all see, anytime more documents are released or more testimonies given, it seems like more cans of worms are open. So we're doing our best. I think we're being very effective. And look, we're seeing accountability. There are over a dozen people that have resigned from prestigious boards because of their affiliation with Epstein. No one would have known about this prior to our investigation. I think this investigation is the first very thorough investigation that's been done on Epstein. One part of the majority of the members' criticism is that it doesn't look like the government did a very good job investigating Epstein. So we're trying to put all the pieces together and take information from the various districts. You had Virgin Islands doing investigations, you had New Mexico, you had Southern District of New York, you had Florida. I don't know how well they all communicated together, but we're trying to piece it together, and we'll get you answers, and hopefully I'll be able to come back out here after the deposition and give you some more answers. So thank you all.
Yeah, it's nuts how deep things are going, especially with this new information that that they're looking into now, which is just especially like the guard, from the guard to or the guards in general to the Epstein's ranch, the Zorro Ranch as well. I mean, it's pretty insane what they're looking at right now. And we got another piece, and he mentioned Jesse Waters. Yes, he did do the interview with Jesse Waters last night, talking about a bunch of different things. The investigation into what's going on. They're going to be deep diving into the Zorro Ranch here if not already, which is absolutely insane, which there are allegations of just nuts, crazy things, which I can't believe. I can't even say those words, okay? And you're going to hear that in this interview as well. But let me just grab some of these super chats here really quick, because there's a bunch of them, and I really do appreciate the support. Thank you so very much. But please, guys, do not forget, okay? Please do me a favor before you get, before we wrap up the show or whatever, before the end of the show, please hit that like button down below, please, and thank you. Hit that like button down below. Let's get it to 1K. That'll be greatly appreciated. And of course, don't forget to subscribe. All right. Subscribe. Let me just grab some of these super chats. And we're literally so close to getting under 200 subscribers away from 200,000 subscribers, which is absolutely insane. So please make sure to hit that subscribe button. That would really mean the world to me. Yeah, this is just some crazy stuff, but let's get into this. Cockney, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. Greetings, y'all, from the UK. Thank you so much for the love. Appreciate it. Small-minded, thank you so much. We should be able to choose our leaders similar to choosing our automobiles. Automobile, yes, I agree too, right? More options than two. I think so too. I think that, I might be saying something really wild here, okay? But I really think that there should be more than just two parties. That's just what I say too. But then I know that there are more than two parties, but I'm saying more than two prominent parties. It's either you are blue or you're red. You know what I mean? I think that's trash. I think that there should be better opportunities and better options for all of us out here, if you ask me. But moving on. Small-minded again, blue or red are not, well, you just said it exactly. You know what I mean? That's the only options that you do have. And I don't agree with it. I don't think I don't think it's so black and white or so blue and red, in my personal opinion. But let me get this. Lakia, thank you so much for the love. Thanks for all the work, for all of your work, Pascal. You're appreciated. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching. I couldn't do the show without you guys. So thank you so much. Thank you. Small, thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate that. NZ, where's that from? I think I've asked that before in the past, but this is Netherlands? I don't know. What is NZ? I'm curious. Anybody know what kind of currency that is? Anyway, Elizabeth, thank you so much for the love. This isn't funny situation, but Pascal, I have to admit, you sound just like Trump. I laugh every day, or every time I think I hear you. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate the love and trying to make light of the craziness that's going on. Oh, that's from New Zealand. Thank you so much from New Zealand. Thank you, Small. I appreciate that. Elizabeth, thank you so much for being a member for the past 22 months. I appreciate it. I have enjoyed every minute. I don't always get the lives, but watch replay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's just met. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. Sounds like to me that Trump is planning to attack the U.S. Sounds like to me that Trump is planning to attack the U.S. Exactly why and when would they leave a ship off the United States? I think you're saying that he's planning to attack Iran. Maybe you're saying Iran. Maybe that's what it is. Okay. Okay. And exactly why and when would they leave a ship off the United States, and knowing it's planning to attack U.S. with drones? This is absurd. Yeah, I think it's a fugazi. I think it's an excuse to try to get us to get behind his cause. I mean, here it is though too. This could very well be true. There could very well be a warning, and there was a plan on attacking. That could very well be it, right? But at the same time, there's something about this that does feel like he's trying to find some excuse to rustle the feathers of the American citizens, even his MAGA base, to sit there and go, damn right, take them out, right? Like, I'll go out there and die for this country. You see what I'm saying? Like, I think that's kind of the vibe I'm getting, but I could be wrong, right? There really could be a threat going on. I mean, here's the other thing too. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a threat like that from Iran. But then at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if it's just a fugazi, a red herring to try to get American people behind this actual war. So I'm just sitting on the fence on that. You know what I mean? Came from the FBI. I don't know. This administration, I'm side-eyeing a lot of their stuff. It's just met. Thank you so much for the love. Do not forget that the FBI is Trump's FBI. No trust. Yep. That's exactly what I was just saying. And it's like, don't forget, this is Trump's administration. For me, I'm side-eyeing everything. Everything. Okay? Ali, thank you so much for the love. This is all part of a plan for the administration to go after Newsom because he's a threat to beating them in 2028. Ooh, schnapples. Damn. Okay, she said that. General Genobi, thank you so much for the love. Someone threw a beer at POTUS today during presser. Is that true? Because I looked it up. I didn't see anything. I saw a photo of like this, but that looked like an old photo. Okay? So I don't think that's true. I think that's a fugazi. Rookit, thank you so much. What up, man? Thank you so much for being a member for 30 months. Damn. It's a long time, bro. What's up, Pascal? Turning into a dumpster fire. I'm armed. I'm ready. Yo, I think a lot of people are nowadays. It's facts. A lot of people are nowadays. Rosa, thank you so much for the love. We wouldn't strike our own citizens, would we? I don't know. Here's the other thing, too. The fact that he was willing to say that it was Iran that struck that school full of girls, instead of saying we're investigating or saying we made a miscalculation, We made a mistake. It was an error on our part or something of that sort. He went ahead and just said it was their fault, taking zero accountability. So Maya Angelou said it best. If they tell you exactly who they are, believe them. But let's move on to the next part of your super chat. Oh, and don't forget those heavy drone sightings a bit back. Yeah. Come on. You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong with that. That's crazy, right? Shoot. Just saying. Scary. It's frightening stuff. You know what I mean? The sightings that we saw back in the past. Yo, come on, man. Okay. Nicole, thank you so much for the love. My son works a block away from the USMC Miramar, San Diego. It's Top Gun every day. I'm so afraid for him. We're praying for him too, because this is some scary stuff, especially when they're like, hey, they don't know who they're targeting, where they're going to target in California. And let's be real. The fact that they said intelligence says that they're going to be they're going to go and attack California. Who's to say? They might go after middle America. You never know. They might be making us look left while they go right. You see what I'm saying? So it could be anywhere at this point. And that's the scary part, right? But still, all of us should keep our heads on a swivel no matter what. All of us should. Rye the Guy, thank you so much for love. Using millions of dollars in missiles to shoot down thousands of dollars in drones doesn't seem sustainable to me. It doesn't seem sustainable to me either, baby. But unfortunately, this is the world that we live in, right? Watch. Isn't it crazy that the cheapest stuff is the most deadly? Ain't that wild? You know, it's interesting because instantly I'm thinking of David and Goliath. You know, they know the Bible, right? I mean, you know. Don't they know the Bible? Pete Hegseth? Trumpy? They should know the Bible, right? So wouldn't they know David and Goliath? The story of David and Goliath? If you really think about it, look at all the stuff that we got. We got all the lasers and tasers and masers and dasers, and we got all these GPS and TPS and THCs and HGG. You know what I'm saying? We got all this stuff. And then they come flying in. Imagine flying in and attacking us with little cheap-ass drones in comparison to the other weaponry that costs millions of dollars. Ain't that crazy? I hope that's not the case, but we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. We got to be safe out here, guys. Keep your heads on a mother-loving swivel, please and thank you, okay? CLJ, thank you so much for the love. Sounds like the bunker folks have been watching too much Paradise on Hulu. Yeah. Hey, Ben, have you been watching that show? Have you been watching that show? Man, you've been watching that show. If anything happened to Xavier's wife, okay? If anything happens to Xavier's wife, we got a problem. Do you understand? If you haven't been watching Paradise, you need to be watching it. It is a great freaking show, okay? Fantastic show. And they bet. Don't you dare touch a single hair on Xavier's wife's head. Do you understand? Okay, I said it. I said, don't you dare. Okay? We gonna have words. You won't like it. We gonna have words. All right, moving on. Grace Sky, thank you so much for being a member for 32 months. I appreciate it. If you cover Punch the Monkey, I bet that'll send you over 200,000 subs. I don't even know what the hell that is. I'm going to have to look that up and see what that is, okay, before I even do anything like that. But I'll look into it for sure. Y'all don't know. It's on Hulu. Hulu, baby. Lisa's like, Paradise? What channel? Hulu. Girl. Yeah, if you don't know anything about, man, y'all sleeping on Paradise. Come on, man. That show's fantastic. Okay? That show's fantastic. Check it out. Paradise. It's on Hulu. Okay? If you got the bundle like on Disney or something like that, you can watch it over there too. All right? Hulu. All right? Real talk. You better be nice to that woman. Anything happen, man, we gonna have words. We gonna have words, son. I don't want to give too much away. You just, if you haven't seen the most recent episode, you'll get it when you see it, okay? But they're already in their second season. Fantastic show. Mwah, great show. Sterling K. Brown, fantastic actor. It's a great show. It's a fantastic show. But let's get into Epstein and this other crap. He's a disgusting individual.
Fox News alert, investigators are swarming Jeffrey Epstein's notorious New Mexico ranch after an email in the Epstein files claims 2 foreign girls were strangled to death during rough fetish sex. And Epstein...
Stop right there. Stop right freaking there. Meow. Do you guys remember the time when there was a guy, like I guess he's a soldier, he did an exclusive interview and he talked about his experience being moved around through the Epstein ring? Remember that? Yeah, that kind of came in hot. I'm sorry, y'all. I should have given you guys better warning, okay? But remember that guy, I forgot his name. It started with an S. That's all I can remember. But he talked about some crazy stuff that he experienced and that he saw, right? And now he serves our country, allegedly. Sasha, thank you, Sasha, right? Now this stuff we're hearing here is kind of echoing the same things that he endured, or at least he allegedly saw and endured while being put through this trafficking thing in Epstein's circle. So take a listen.
Ordered the bodies to be buried on the ranch. Like a lot of things in the Epstein files, that report is unconfirmed. But authorities are now searching the property, thousands of acres. The ranch has been a dark mystery for years, and people are finally talking. A New Mexico state rep told the Daily Mail this, quote, "We have people coming forward saying they were drugged, had sex organs and sperm harvested from their bodies, and woke up around medical equipment, not knowing where they were or what happened to them." We're also learning more about what happened on the night Epstein died. The guards who were fired after admitting to falsifying records were supposed to be checking Epstein's cell every 30 minutes. Prosecutors said instead they were taking naps and online shopping. But newly released DOJ documents show one of the guards, Tova Noel, Googled the latest on Epstein in jail about 40 minutes before he was found dead. In a sworn statement to the FBI, she denied Googling Epstein. Another file shows Chase Bank flagged cash deposits in Noel's account to the FBI in a suspicious activity report. $5,000 was deposited in her account 10 days before Epstein died.
Now, could it have been like, hey, we'll give you $5,000 to just look the other way? Because I don't think that the woman is the one that did it. And I would believe that you would get paid more than just $5,000 to ice somebody, right? So again, very interesting, right?
Noel apparently wasn't asked about the cash during her interview with the Department of Justice. The DOJ's got a lot of documents on Noel. We also found out she leased a Range Rover. The falsifying records charges against Noel were dropped as part of a plea agreement. We reached out to her for comment, haven't heard back yet. None of this means she's responsible for Epstein's death in any way. We just want to know what happened that night. And 5 years later, we still don't have the full story. Kentucky Congressman James Comer joins us now. Congressman, this jailhouse guard, what's going on with her?
Well, the recent media reports, what you just said, is very concerning, especially the suspicious activity report on a $5,000 mysterious deposit that she had. And the reason that stands out to me, Jesse, is because very seldom are suspicious activity reports even reported for sums less than $10,000. So that's a mystery there. And that's something that, according to the DOJ documents, they never looked into, never asked her about. So because of this, because of the media reports, and because of the fact that, honestly, most people on the committee aren't confident 100% that Epstein's death was by suicide, we're going to ask Ms. Noel to come in for a transcribed interview. Again, no one's accusing her of any wrongdoing, but we have a lot of questions about Epstein, questions about who else was involved in abusing girls. Why did the government not do a better job of investigating and prosecuting Epstein when they had a chance years before they finally convicted him? Was Epstein a spy? Was our government involved in any way, shape, or form in trying to destroy evidence or hide evidence from any of those 4 properties? And now, was Epstein's death a suicide, as the government has reported, or was there some other mysterious factor involved in his death? So again, no one's accusing this prison guard of any wrongdoing, but I will announce tonight on your show, we are going to ask her to come in and sit for an interview because we have a lot of questions.
Good.
And I don't blame them for having a lot of questions. Let's be real. I mean, you got a security guard that was busy shopping for furniture online rather than protecting and keeping an eye on this piece of trash. Now, I get it. He's a piece of trash, but at the same time, he was the link to a lot of people that could have been completely destroyed. Now, what's interesting, their lives could have been destroyed. They could have been taken into, and justice could have been served to them properly. And all those people are being protected now because the guy's gone. Whether he's in Australia living his life or he's, 6 feet under, doesn't matter. He's gone. He's nowhere to be seen, right? So the question is, what was the $5,000 for, right? What was the $5,000 for? Was it just to turn the other way and act and just say, I didn't see nothing? Or was it to help in taking his life? Don't know. $5,000 is still a lot of money to a lot of people. I mean, especially a security guard who's probably making minimum wage at best. You know what I mean? Just depending. I mean, just saying.
I have questions about this ranch. It sounds pretty sick if what's been said about it's true. What are you hearing?
Well, I'm glad that the New Mexico authorities are going there and searching that property. I know that if no one searches the property, whenever this investigation is finally concluded, people are always going to have questions about whether or not there were deaths there, whether or not there were mysterious surgeries and things like that happening on the ranch. I don't know, but I do know this. The federal government asked New Mexico to stop their investigation, I believe back in 2019, of that ranch. So there's just so many questions about how the government failed the victims and how government failed in trying to prosecute Epstein sooner. I mean, this whole thing doesn't make sense. Everyone has conspiracy theories on, how Epstein was able to get away with it. Was it because he had, powerful friends?
Yeah.
Was it because he was an agent? No, we don't know, but we're going to find out. And I'm glad that they're on the ground now in New Mexico searching that property.
Congressman, you said in 2019 the government told New Mexico authorities to stand down investigating the ranch. Do you know what branch of the government?
Why is it? It was the Department of Justice, I believe, and I believe it was because they I believe it perhaps was the Southern District of New York, because they had taken over the investigation at that point. So again, these are questions that we have. We want to get the answers, but I will say publicly, I'm glad that the New Mexico authorities are on the ground searching that property. I don't know if there's anything there. I don't think anybody knows, but I do know this, Jesse. It's probably never been searched before very thoroughly.
That's crazy.
The house probably has, but the property hasn't.
That's crazy. Well, like you said before, even if nothing happened, you search it, you close the case on it, it puts it to rest so no one else wonders if there was a cover-up. But you got to search. You definitely got to do that.
Yeah, you definitely have got to do your due diligence. And here's the thing. I think it's ridiculous that it's been this long and there hasn't been anything done, especially with all the investigation, all that paperwork, millions and millions of documents, and they didn't do anything about it at all. I think that's absolutely insane. That's absolutely insane to me that they would not put out their due diligence, even if it is claims that they believe are not 110% true. They could have at least taken the time to look into it. But there were people that were either paying off the investigation so that they would avert their eyes somewhere, or that they were just being protected fully by whatever higher entity it may be, which I think is absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Okay. But hold on, guys. One second. Hold on. Where the heck is it? Sorry, I was just seeing if there was any updates. But here is something that I do want to share with y'all. Because again, like I was telling you, that they're putting out this rhetoric. It's like this phrase, short-term pain for long-term gain. That's what a lot of the MAGA talking heads are now starting to repeat over and over again. And I got to share this with y'all.
This is a short-term disruption for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain be for long-term gain.
We're going to have some short-term pain with long-term gain.
Short-term pay for a long-term gain.
Some short-term pain, yes, but we've got some long-term gain. Short-term spike for a long-term gain.
Some short-term pain for American consumers.
We may have to deal with that in the short term.
Short-term and temporary.
Temporary, short-term pain.
It's going to suck in the short term.
Some short-term pain.
Short-term pain. We have to focus on the short term.
Short-term.
Short-term. Short-term. Short-term and long-term.
Short-term left. Hopefully.
You can't make this up. This is crazy. This is crazy. That's real. I'm not even going to play the rest. You already know the end. You already know the end. They're all saying the same crap. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy, y'all. That's real. That's all real. Remember, he says fake news. Every Republican pretty much uses the term fake news. If he says obliterated, everybody uses the same term, obliterated. If they say short-term pain, long-term gain, then they're going to do the same damn thing. You see what I'm saying? Now, we've already seen, yeah, Messi. I mean, Project Mockingbird much. Yeah, I agree 110%. It's pretty wild. But, this is what I mean. Like, we see it all the time. We've seen it in other ways. You've seen the compilation video of anchors from various news outlets from across the world, from across the country, reading the same script at the same time, right? You've all seen that. So it is real, but now you got this going on because they're trying to calm the conservative listener. You see what they're doing, right? They're trying their damnedest to calm the conservative listener because the conservative listener be tripping right now. Are we surprised about that? Really? I think everybody right now, every American is pretty much tripping over this situation that's going on overseas. We're all tripping over it. We're tripping over the fact that gas is going up, cost of living is going up, et cetera. It's already going on enough. We're screwed right now, right? We're scared. We're all worried. And now you just hear possible strikes on American soil. And God knows where that could really be. Whether it's real or not, that's still going to frighten Americans. Short-term pain for long-term gain. Interesting, right? Interesting. Unbelievable stuff, y'all. Unbelievable crap. Yeah. Undescribable. I don't know. BS, you know? I don't know why it went to a whole new world, but you get what I'm putting down. You're picking up what I'm putting down, okay? You are. You are. But man, do we have a world of issues coming for us if they're going the way that the way that they're saying it is. All depending on if it's true. We got one last video I'm going to share with y'all.
A report from the UK says 3 cargo ships were attacked and hit by projectiles close to the Straits of Hormuz. Interior Secretary Doug Burgum joins me now. Mr. Secretary, I put it to you. You can't declare a win in Iran if you can't bring the Straits of Hormuz back to normal shipping.
Well, Stuart, first of all, great to be with you and great to see the incredible success that the United States military under President Trump has delivered in the first week. Been incredible. And of course, this is, one of the things about the Iranian terrorist regime is that they literally started their time 47 years ago taking American hostages. Now they're trying to hold the world economy hostage by blocking freedom of navigation through this tiny little strait. And of course, as you've heard President Trump put out on the airwaves on his truce, that the United States will be taking action to make sure that there's going to be a free flow of energy coming through that strait.
Better be done fast, though.
Well, I think that this is the expectations are so incredible. I mean, we used to talk about 12-day wars and 6-day wars, but then after Venezuela, where President Trump got it accomplished in less than an hour, where we transformed what was a sanctioned adversary to someone who's a strategic ally, the expectations are just high speed. We've been at it only 10 days, and we're absolutely creating the conditions for a transformation for peace in the Mideast and what's going to come after that. And again, thank goodness for President Trump's deep relationships with those Arab leaders who then are lining up to support the end of this reign of terror in Iran, and to make sure that we've got energy flowing for the whole world.
Earlier today, the IEA, International Energy Agency, I think it stands for, they plan to release 400 million barrels of oil from strategic reserves. But the price of oil has gone up since that announcement. It's now $87 a barrel. Why did the price go up when we've got all this extra supply coming on the market?
Well, Stuart, it's great to be on your show because you understand markets, and markets like this move a lot on information, misinformation, speculation, rumors. This is one of the largest markets in the world is oil trading. A lot of people are trying to make educated guesses right now, but it's I think relative to any releases from the global SPRs, I would say, from an American standpoint, President Trump is the one who will be making news or breaking news on that. And so I would say, look to President Trump for any potential announcements on that front.
I got one more for you, sir. President Trump has announced that America First Refining is opening a new oil refinery. It's going to be in Brownsville, Texas. This will be the first new U.S. refinery in 50 years. Obvious question, why did it take so long?
Okay, first off, let me just point this out really quick. So in other words, he just named a target. Anyone else seeing that as a potential target? I mean, it's oil. At the end of the day, all of this all has to do with oil. Think about that for a second. All of this has to do with oil. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Just potential. I'm not saying that it is a target. I'm just saying potential target, right? Oh, we don't want you to succeed. We don't want you to have your own oil. You out of your mind? Just saying, it's potential target now. Potential target. Pretty insane. Now, I'm not going to play that whole thing. I don't have time, unfortunately. But Rich Buddy, show the Iran Lego video that they put out. Apparently, they put out 2. So I'm only going to show one of them for right now. Okay. I think this is the one that y'all are talking about. Is this the one y'all talking about? Right here? And I don't know about copyright stuff. I don't know what I can and can't show. So I'm only going to show a little bit of this. Okay. But yeah, they put this out. Allegedly, this is insane, but I'm only going to play a few seconds of it. Okay. That is insane. That is freaking insane. Wow. What you can do with AI is absolutely insane. Because I don't know if I could play the whole thing, to be really honest. It is crazy because they did put out a second one, apparently. They got one that they put out on the 8th of March, and then another one that they put out yesterday. So, yeah, Lego videos. That's insane, guys. That is insane. I guess they've been putting out videos for a minute. They've been putting those kind of videos out for a minute, but you saw a bit of it. If you want to see it, go check it out on X. It's up there somewhere. But that's crazy, right? But I will say this. I mean, I saw a comment here. Yeah, that's definitely propaganda, but we also have our own version of propaganda over here too, right? Call of Duty type of videos and all that as well. So I guess if we were watching that, I guess we can watch that too and just, show what's going on both sides of the spectrum. Interesting though, right? Very, very interesting stuff. Very, very interesting stuff, guys. All right. So here's the thing. I got to wrap up the show. Okay. Unfortunately. All right. But of course, if there's anything that's going on a little bit later on, if there's any more new, bigger, some other big breaking news, I'll be back on to wrap with you guys. I'm probably going to do like one short 1-hour show tonight at some point, just to give you guys some recaps of what's going on. Okay. Just to be aware of that. So, please make sure you have that notification bell set on. Okay. But that is the show. I appreciate all y'all for being here. It really means a lot. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please do me a favor before you head out. All right. Hit that like button down below. Crush it. Do what it do. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on these other platforms. If you are watching on these other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch, Kick, I'm on all of them, so make sure you hit that follow button. Subscribe here on my YouTube channel, Dag Nabbit. We are so close to 200,000 subscribers. I've been having struggles today on talking. I'm sorry. I'm tired. Okay? So please hit that subscribe button, please, and thank you. All right? Subscribe. Let's get to 200,000 subscribers like right now. That would be amazing. All right? Hit that join button down below. Hit that notification bell, set it to all so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because it's a lot of random and it's a lot of breaking news. So please go and hit that notification bell. Hit that join button down below. Become a member of the family. That would be amazing. If you want to support even further, check out my Patreon. And of course, check out PascalMerch.com. PascalMerch.com. We got some really great stuff over there. Go check it out. PascalMerch.com. Anyway, it is time to get going. Much love to you guys. We'll be talking here very soon. Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. This is the Pascal Show. Bye.